Alright, what up, y'all? We're gonna start this thing. Hope y'all can hear me. Let me know if you can hear me in the, let me know if you can hear me there. Alright, got a special surprise for y'all. What up, Anthony? What's cracking, G? Welcome to the stream. Vish E here, Baby Yoda. We got a special guest coming out of the... I'm just so honored to even have him here. I'm speechless, guys. All the way from Wakanda, we have here one of the Avengers' finest. I bring you the one and only motherfucking T'Challa. Black Panther, everybody. Does it get any better? Does it get any sweeter? He's here. Finally, the chosen one.
I do this for Wakanda.
For Wakanda. Wakanda pride. So we're here. Black Panther. Here we go. That's right, my nigga. We got Black Panther up in here. Baby Yoda. We're gonna hear. We're gonna fucking party it up for y'all. We're gonna have a fun night lined up. Got some Super Nintendo, some retro gaming coming up. We're gonna start this thing off with some Chrono Trigger. Black Panther is a big Chrono Trigger fan. I bet y'all don't even know.
Yes, I am.
What up, Jack Sith? What up, homie? So we're gonna jump on in this motherfucker. Hold on. And put this shit on that side while you play the game. Hopefully, be all good.
I'm a big fan of this.
It looks like it froze. Can they see you? Yeah. Oh no, it's good. Okay. This thing has a big ass delay on it. That's why. That's all you, Black Panther. You can hop on my file. You can start a new one. It's up to you.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
Do it.
Yeah. Alright.
Pretty hard on here, got it.
Are you ready? Where you going, man?
Oh, okay. I thought we was gonna switch seats.
Oh, nah, man. I'm just gonna move the laptop.
Let's do
Where
it.
you is, nigga? Alright. Let me see. Hero appears. Where are the damn buttons? Shit working?
Delay.
Wow.
Guys, give me delay.
It's not delayed. The damn input buttons ain't working. That's weird. Sorry, guys. Some bullshit. No, that should be good. CV, input, mouse, trackpad, mouse. Why is the input not working? God damn it!
They know that I didn't die.
We need some goddamn vibranium or whatever the fuck from Wakanda to fix this shit. We need some Wakandians, man. Those techie bastards to come down here, fix this goddamn.
Hey, we don't
bullshit.
talk about my people like that.
That's a compliment, man. I'm calling them whizzes.
Hey.
Let's see the mouse, dude. This should be working. I'm just gonna restart it. My bad.
I heard about you. You always have to restart a lot of things.
Yeah, that's because nothing ever fucking works. Bullshit. Okay. What the hell? None of the inputs are going through.
Oh. I guess you're gonna have to watch videos.
Oh, I think it's V. I think I was pressing the wrong button. Okay, you gotta press V, F, C, and D.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna use your phone so I can read the chat and shit.
Alright, okay. So what are we doing here? Oh man, this is that old like.
Alright, press C to go back, cause you're good. I don't think you need the shot right now.
Okay. Yeah.
So right now we gotta find Frog. That was like the last thing we were doing before YouTube took the stream down last time. Yeah, Jack Sith, this is an oldie but goodie. Said he hasn't seen this game in forever.
Okay, here we go.
Alright, nigga, you gotta look for Frog. So he's like in the forest.
Okay, let's go.
Other way, Black Panther. Other way.
Oh, my bad. I never haven't played this game in a long
So
time.
you gotta go south, Black Panther.
Oh, man. Hold on. Can I like go around? Oh, yeah.
There we go.
Alright.
You're almost there.
Okay. Is this?
You should be in there.
Okay. Do this.
Let's see, it should be V, I think. There you go. You can either fight them or you can sneak around them on some old Metal Gear shit. I know Wakandans have their pride.
Oh, yeah, I'm still some treasure.
Those frogs don't seem to mind you.
Yeah, because they know Wakanda.
Alright. You got a lot of frogs in Wakanda?
No, we don't call them frogs. We call them ribbits.
You call them ribbits?
Yeah, we call them ribbits.
Man, that's cool, man.
Oh, ooh.
Sounds like a very interesting place to grow up.
Okay.
Yeah, wow, those frogs really, they have taken a liking to Chrono. I've never seen anything like this.
Yeah, this is what happens.
You really got that Wakanda magic going on tonight.
Hey, which way do I go?
Oh man, I don't think they can see the damn game. Let me fix, sorry about that, guys.
Oh, wow.
Let me see. Split screen. Let's move this over. Shit, that's the wrong one. It said gaming capture. There we go.
So you said you didn't see me break ankles?
Damn, this thing just got all fucking huge. And that should be good.
No, for the fault.
Oh wait, no. I gotta. My bad. I didn't fucking transition it. There we go.
Oh my god. Are you sure it's here?
It should work.
Are you sure it's here?
The nigga Frog is at he's all the way at the top. Say, does Konami code still work on anything? I think it works on most Konami games.
I don't see him.
Nigga, it's behind the bush. He's hiding. There you go.
He's not here.
Who's there? Nigga, you press the buttons. There you go.
Oh shit. A ribbon.
'Tis thee, Chrono. Thou art here to practice thy skill in swords play. Sword play. Now you just walk around and do stuff. I think he's got like a treasure chest back there. You can open those. Got one magic scarf. Goes right on. Was curious on the ROMs.
What is this?
Yeah, I know what code you're talking about, Jack. It's I know it works on Contra and shit like that. Oh, I missed that. He's like, what?
Oops.
I see.
I tell you, these computers are not like Wakanda.
No, they're a little different. Just nary a thing I can't do. Please be on thy way.
Hey.
So now, the hero I am not. I can do naught. So Frog's gonna sulk instead of be cool and join the party. So you gotta find him a sword, Black Panther. You gotta find him a legendary sword that'll make him feel worthy.
So do I have to go in my settings?
Now you just gotta leave now. Up, down, left, right, A, B, select, star, I think. Yeah, I know, it's something like that. So just get the hell out of there.
Okay, watch me dodge these little rats. Breaking ankles. You call that?
Well, that's some fancy maneuvering over there, T'Challa. Hey, what up, Karen? Welcome.
Welcome, Karen. Breaking ankles.
Got Black Panther in this motherfucker tonight. Playing some video games the Wakandan way. Alright. Trying to remember what we gotta do now. Just go in like the hey, what do you do now? That's a good question.
You go in the mountains.
Yeah, go in the mountains. I know it's in one of those mountains. You should save too. Okay, yeah, it's up there, but you got to save first.
How do you save?
Press like F or something, or D. Okay, yeah, now go to... Yeah, it's like that.
Oh, you're getting used to
erase,
it.
yep. There you go. You're learning, T'Challa.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
It's great to be here. It's great to have you, Karen.
Yes, Karen, it's good to see you.
Yeah, this is Chrono Trigger, Karen. It's classic video game from the 90s. It's
kind of like Akira.
Nothing like Akira, but Akira Toriyama does the artwork. That's right, kick his ass, T'Challa.
I don't even know what I'm doing.
You're doing great. Yeah, they're not fucking with Wakanda after this.
Oh, man.
Where's Prop? I don't know where the fuck Prop is. Somebody tell him get his ass down here. Where the real party's at.
This is the party.
With the manly men, the Avengers, with Black Panther for Christ's sake. Rose from the dead just to be here. Somebody tell Quinn to show some goddamn respect to Marvel's finest. You just missed that treasure chest, T'Challa.
There's a treasure chest.
Yes, man. You gotta be more perceptive. It's down here, dude.
Oh, it's camouflaging. Let me turn my...
I'm just joking, Karen. You don't have to do any of that. If Proper Cannon wants to come, it's a free country. But, yeah, it'd be nice to see him, though.
There's another treasure chest.
He goes, ah!
Whoa. I didn't mean to do that. Alright, you're done.
Oh, here he is. Knew you couldn't resist. We got propaganda in the house.
Propaganda in the house, eh?
Just in time. Propaganda, I want you to meet the homie Black Panther. Maybe you heard of him. Kind of a big deal around these parts. Yeah. Stop talking about your tits, not even for a second, propaganda, alright? Your delicious tits, We're not staying away from those juicy topics.
Oh, man.
Let me see. Karen says, I was gonna anyway. I bet he's in bed since he has to tour.
What's going on?
Yeah, it's like making earthquakes. That thing's called an Ogun. I never knew. I know, T'Challa, if you use fire attacks on the dudes with the hammer, you can actually burn the hammers right out of their stinky little ogre hands. I don't know, you'd have to do it now, but for future reference. Karen called Prop a pretty princess. That's so accurate.
Colonel's about to die.
Yeah, I think the robot has some healing magic, and you can also change parties almost whenever you want. You just press like F or something or D.
Oh, never mind, he's done.
Yeah. Yeah, he made that look really hard. You should heal your party.
Yeah. This is kind of my first time, so... Wait, what's going on?
Say rewind. Try G. No, C. There you go. You go like item. You can use the tonics and mid tonics to yourself. Damn, dude, we should probably go out and buy some mid tonics.
No, I'm gonna do this without tonics.
Yeah, all right, man. I believe in you. Good luck.
It's good.
Yeah, this fucking track is hype propaganda. All these tracks are hype as fuck.
Kind of like that Bummer Man.
You say Macintosh apples are back in the grocery store. That's neat, I guess.
I gotta be going.
I need to eat more apples. Hey, you guys check out that stream with Steve, Slow News Day. It's a pretty good one. It touched on a lot of topics about censorship and whatnot. When I was listening to it, I was taking a dump or whatever. Oh man. No, it's a good show, Slow News Day. Highly recommended, man. Yeah.
Just like that.
That shit burns out his hand, doesn't it? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I told you I'd never steer you wrong, T'Challa.
Yeah. What women do.
See, Macintosh are the ones that are good for apple pie. Yeah. Maybe in Canada they're good for apple pie. In the United States, you just cook with whatever you got. You know, whether it's apples or fucking berries or peach or just like a fucking guava.
Sounds good about
you put that shit in the pie and you're just thankful you had anything when you live in the States.
Oh shoot. Okay.
Once I saw an orange, I'm like, I'm making a fucking pie out of this. Orange pie. It was fucking disgusting, but I ate that shit.
Where did you eat it from?
Because I was fucking hungry. And I wanted to prove myself that I could, but I couldn't. It was a day of failure. Get that treasure chest. Probably treasure in it.
Oh, look at you. Look at you dead.
Kill them all, T'Challa. Kill them for Wakanda.
This is for Wakanda.
Don't let him get away with that. Black power, motherfucker.
Oh.
Yeah. I like to imagine that the robot has a black AI.
Okay. Motherfucker.
So, bitch. Enjoy oblivion and hell where you belong. Alright, let me see. Karen says someone has the name Whisker Lickens. Why can't I think of good names? Because you already have the best name in the world, Karen. It's Karen. Alright? Your name is the best name there is. And that's all anyone really needs. Like, that's it, man. That's all anyone can ask for. Let me see. So I was eating McDonald's for a bit because I was so lazy and poor. Yup. Oh yeah, those two apple pies, they're cheap as hell. They're pretty good though.
Getting good at this, man.
I know you're kicking ass, T'Challa. I never seen so much murder and carnage.
So angry.
Yeah, it's like you got some deep-seated demons that you're working out through Chrono Trigger. It's real, I like it, man. I like to see that hatred.
They would never.
Yeah, he's just spinning around. And he's just going buck wild. He woke up his homie too. Send him to the river Styx, T'Challa, just like Tony Stark was doing. Yeah. Yeah. Propaganda says you're pretty ripped, Black Panther.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, he does crunchies. I've seen it.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is Chrono Trigger, my nigga.
Oh man.
Don't let him get away with that, T'Challa. You gotta protect. Yeah, good man. You gotta protect your rep in this game, or else word gets around that the monsters are pushing you. pushing you around. Suddenly you got all sorts of demi-humans thinking they can just walk all over you.
You want to be like Secret of Mana.
Yeah, you don't want to be like that. Next thing you know, you're kicked out of the Avengers. You know, jacking it in San Francisco.
Yeah, your town kicks you out the village.
Yeah.
You already kicked me out last time.
Yeah. You hear good things about this soundtrack. The soundtrack's fucking epic.
Ooh.
I'm a little biased because, you know, I grew up on this shit, but
What the heck?
no, this soundtrack is like some of the best music. I used to like play all this shit on my guitar back in the day. Memories, man. Damn! That's what we call an assassination. Oh.
Oh, I never tried that before.
Man, yeah. Well, it worked out. Good plan.
You're doing birthday parties.
Yeah, so just leave your email in the comments if you want the child to drop by.
I'm gonna charge you $50.
$50, you can't beat that price. Come on, talk about an Avenger. You're coming up on money.
I get that daily.
Yeah, dude.
Oh wow.
We can sustain Wakanda for a long time with that 300G.
No, actually not.
You see. Prop says, I can't remember the YouTube channel that always talks about this game. He has a video game music theory channel. Oh, is that right? Yeah, well, he knows what's up then. Chrono Trigger, I know Nobuo Uematsu does half the soundtrack, and the other half of the soundtrack's kind of done by another gentleman. I always forget his name. But Nobuo Uematsu does most of the composition for most of the Final Fantasy games. So Final Fantasy and Chrono Trigger are pretty much made by the same dude. The music, I mean. On Goku Concept is the channel. Yeah, we might check it out. Hopefully we don't get like a bunch of copyright shit for the music. They tried to pull that shit for Secret of Mana when I was playing that. And my microphone was all fucked up for that video, but... Which is for the best. I was only saying psychotic things. Kind of like now, but worse. It was a fun video.
I be breaking the ankles.
Kind of mid-ether. Yeah, that bird looks angry. Just don't make eye contact.
Oh man.
Yeah, and you angered him with your presence.
Oh god.
That's like some racist shit, really.
No way.
If you think about it, but it's all good. Like, you're not welcome here. This is bird territory. Luca got the motherfucking gat. Luca's like, you know, break yourself, nigga. You think I won't shoot this motherfucking shit? So my setup sounds good. Good. I'm glad you guys can hear it. I turned the music mic down a little bit. That's probably why. I usually have that shit maxed out. It sounds cray. Dude, talk to Specchio. He's cool. Don't be a coward, Black Panther.
I'm never got it.
You're an Avenger, for God's sake. See, mountains are nice.
I'm gonna push them off.
That's a lie. Mountains are nice.
Push me off.
He said, man, you're nosy. You see what you got for talking to him and bugging him? You got a magic
tag.
Keep bugging
him now. Just keep bugging him.
I don't think he has anything else now.
I'm gonna do a hack like I did Secret of Mana.
You remember the last time you tried to hack Secret of Mana, Black Panther? It didn't work out too well, did it?
When I tried to hack it, it started glitching.
Yeah, it glitched the fuck out. And you really couldn't heal your party anymore. So that's why...
The candy's names were Vets.
Yeah, they changed the candy's name to Blart, and you couldn't heal with the Cup of Wishes. because you used the hack and cheated. So that file is pretty much unusable now.
You know what? You're laughing.
It's kind of funny, like
it's not funny.
Like it's kind of what you get if you think about it for cheating.
No, I didn't cheat. If it's in the game, it's not cheating, right, you guys?
All right, Jack, if you're heading out, man, it's good to have you in here. You know, Black Panther.
All right, Jack.
Peace out. Yeah, did you save?
No.
You want to do that? You just press A to do it. It'll automatically, well, not A. I think it's Z or C. X. There you go. Go down the alphabet. Damn it. Maybe it was C or B. There we go.
Okay. This is Master V. This is E. Louis Stein.
Alright. I'll show you how it's done. Let me see. Let's get Meryl in this bitch. My little blonde chick. Hold on. Let's switch out with Luca. Anthony Reyes was getting high, everybody. So that's good news. I was getting high earlier. So I'm still sort of high. Jesus. Shelter.
They just caught me. The shield just caught me. I have to leave.
The shield just called?
Yes.
What happened? Is everything okay?
No. There's a big... can't say.
You can't say?
Yes.
Are we going to be okay? Is it like a big deal?
Is it a virus?
A virus?
A coronavirus.
The fuck? I never heard about this. Is it deadly?
No.
Oh.
Yes, it is.
Oh, what?
The guy, they found out who the solution is. The solution of the virus.
Well, tell me the solution, man. I don't want to die. Don't leave me hanging.
I don't know if I can say. How many people are watching? Oh. The solution.
With bated breath, we're waiting, man. You've got the answers to humanity's problem at the tip of your tongue.
The solution. The solution. No. The solution is us.
The solution is us, dude?
I have to go.
Wow, that was a really deep and profound. I'll meditate on that and see if I can't come up with any cures. Let me see. Vicious E are the white and yellow ninja in the video. I don't even know. Oh, yeah, the white and yellow ninja dude. Yeah, that's not technically me, but yeah, sure, why not, you know? Close enough. He's technically like his own character, Travis, from my comic book. That I just made a GIF for it, but you know, sure, he's based on me. It's like a son to me. You know, it's like my creation. Oh shit, I'm fucking around too much. Alright. What?
No.
Oh, I got you. Shit. See, Anthony wants to know, do you ever smoke and get cotton mouth and drink some cold ass water? Best feeling. Hey, you know what? I know exactly what you mean. Because I have cotton mouth right now and I wish I had some water. But I don't. I don't have any nearby. Black Panther has a cup, but I don't want to use his cup. It's not sanitary, and he didn't really tell me the cure to that virus, so you know, don't know what they do in Wakanda. I don't know if they social distance in Wakanda. But don't tell him I was talking shit about Wakanda behind his back. Yeah, propaganda. Black Panther had an emergency. It was top secret, so I guess he had to go. Shield called him. Nick Fury sounded pretty mad, so maybe he'll be back. You know, sometimes he drops by. We fight crime for a little bit. I put on my little social distancing mask. You know, I go around as Pixar man. Maybe you know me. Oh shit, my fucking robot's dead. I need this thing to die, like, immediately. Jesus Christ. Damn it, Black Panther. Thanks for skipping all the battles, so now my people are weak as shit.
Black Panther? What are you talking about?
Oh, I'm sorry, Joe. I thought you were Black Panther.
Black Panther was
just
here?
Yeah, he was just here.
No fucking way.
Yeah, man, it was awesome. He was playing Chrono Trigger. Yeah, he sucked ass at Chrono Trigger, but man, everything else was pretty cool, dude. Just having a superhero in the house.
Well, what do you expect? You know, he doesn't grow on those kind of
He's a power tab.
He doesn't grow on those kind of stuff, so what do you expect?
Yeah, I guess they don't have that cool shit in Wakanda.
You know, Nintendo is probably called Windows.
It's probably called... You know? I got a third generation with backwards capability to the generation. Are you here for the mass immune? I am, you piece of shit, and you better give it to me before things get violent. Thought so. Wait a second, okay? Oh, big brother, where are you, Masa? What is it, Mune? Not again. So you want to get a name for yourself by grabbing the Masamune? What a buffoon. Humans are so silly. It's how you use the sword that's important, not who owns it. Can't even understand something as simple as that. That's why you're human. Well, fuck you, you're a midget. You're like half a human. Alright. The usual, test them. You can entertain us for a while. Alright, here we go. Whoosh. Bro, so I had to take off my mask. It was getting bothersome. I have to protect my identity from Black Panther and, you know, all that African shit he brings. Alright. I really should have healed better. This fight's gonna be a disaster, I can already tell. Yeah, it's gonna be a fucking nightmare. Douchebags. Propaganda says you literally pick up garbage for a living. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Somebody's got to do it. We got apples. All right, sweet. Yeah, I like this song too. Yeah, if you like this song, just stick around for like the next one. Damn. Damn, she just straight up punched me. Nothing, no fancy like special attack, just nigga fuck you. Just punch me right in the face. Oh damn it, Chrono's confused and attacking his own niggas because he's tripping. Chrono, cut that shit out, fool. Is he back to normal? Alright, well he's back to normal now. I wanted to use a cool fucking double. Why the fuck did I use Meryl? Should have brought fucking Luca. Oh well. Damn. Beat those guys. So Prop, he said there's nothing wrong with picking up garbage. But he got laid off from a $27 an hour job, now make $15 an hour. That sucks, man. It's fucking bullshit. To go from 27 to 15, it must be pretty tough, but shit, man. I didn't get my first $15 an hour job till very recently. So, you know, a lot of people don't even make that over here. Anyway, you're gonna love this song proper again if you like the last one. We're gonna check this shit out. Only Cyrus made it this far. What should we do? This time it's for real. Alright, this is it. Yeah, we mean business. With Masa's bravery, immune to knowledge, to become one. And they turn into this hideous fucking creature. And I just gotta try not to die. Anthony says start playing scratch offs. That's what I'm about to do. Yeah. I mean, my grandma likes scratch offs and all that shit, dude. I don't fuck with the lottery. I'm not a big gambler.
Just remember to tell the cashier that the lender sent you.
See how many ethers. I know I have at least one. Here we go. Give it to Chrono. There's your lady. I'm gonna have Robo Punch. He's pretty freaking strong with that. Yeah, shit is expensive in Canada. Whoa! Just wiped out my whole fucking party. Like nothing. Hold on. Come on, buddy. Damn it. Oh man, please don't kill me, dude. Alright, that's it. No. I blame Black Panther for that 100%. God damn it. Oh, we played Biometal for a little while. God damn it. Alright. Oh shit. Here they come. Die, motherfucker. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna have too much more luck with this game. This shit's hard as fuck. I don't know why I do it to myself. No. Ah, shit. Leave me alone, you fucking Independence Day monsters. Shit. Oh, I know I'm gonna play after this. Probably just fuck around with turtles. Shit. Kamikaze that one. And maybe I'll put on some videos too. Let me see. Uniracer, Spider-Man, Alpha. Here we go. Fuck around with this shit for a while. And hold on. Maybe I'll add a little display capture. I don't do like that though. No, I want Windows capture. Excuse me. Make this smaller. Alright, cool. Alright, so if you guys want to drop any links or whatever, I have no idea what I want to watch tonight, so just gonna be another free-for-all. So I put something crazy up and YouTube takes us down. They tried to take they damn near took me down the last stream, but like right when I ended it, they tried to end it. It was super weird. And then they blocked it for a while. They actually removed the last stream I did for like no reason. It said something about that last video about Syria, or not Syria, the Palestinian video and the Israeli occupation. It said something about Vice City had like copyrighted that or whatever. So I appealed it like twice, and finally they just age restricted it. So yeah, I lost YouTube Premium. Now I gotta deal with lame ass commercials. Alright, let's see.
The lack of access to journalists during this extradition hearing is an abomination. The lack of media attention is an abomination, even not just among corporate news media, but also independent news media. Some of them even putting out statements saying that, oh, where's the attention on the Assange trial? And criticizing them and then continuing not to cover the Assange hearing. This is an attack on press freedoms. It's an attack on whatever semblance of justice the UK system has. It's a violation of UK law. It's a violation of UK law, US law, international law. And it's a fucking abomination that we have Julian Assange being put on trial for exposing war crimes. We have Chelsea Manning that's been tortured and then thrown back once again in jail for exposing war crimes, uncovering mass graves of 15,000 Iraqis. And the people who committed these war crimes, Tony Blair, George Bush, Jack Straw, they're all gone. Paul Wolfowitz, Don Rumsfeld. We didn't even hear their names once inside this goddamn courtroom. You know, this might be the city of London, but it's the United States that's holding the gavel. They're the ones running this show, and it's disgusting. And everything that WikiLeaks did, everything that Julian Assange did, these were valiant acts of anti-imperialism. And they need to be portrayed as such, and we need to recall the real crimes that they exposed here. It's not just an attack on freedom of press. It's an attack on the very lives of people that are bombed every day, the people that are killed every day. They talk about them like they're ants or something. This is unacceptable. And they want to make us feel sorry for imaginary informants that were never hurt. And the United States, by their own admission, told us that no one was ever harmed by WikiLeaks. So what's going on here? This is a disgusting violation of Julian Assange's human rights. It's a disgusting violation of journalistic freedoms and the freedom of press. And it's an absolute mockery of any kind of semblance of justice in this country.
So very interesting moment yesterday on Megyn Kelly's podcast. She had Mark Cuban, billionaire Mark Cuban, NBA.
It's like just auto playing to this shit. Yeah, let me turn the desktop down to like right here. Actually, I keep the mic up and the desktop like halfway, and it should do it. So Anthony dropped a little something.
Change your shampoo right now if you don't want to go bald. The shampoo you're using...
Hey everybody, how's it going? This is Mr. Clinton the Cat. He's going to be joining me for this video. So I wanted to discuss this article that I saw in the New York Post. Nearly 90% of New York City bar and restaurant owners couldn't pay their rent in August. Heightening the continued crush coronavirus shutdown has inflicted on, I'm not reading that word on principle, New York's economy. And there's a few points in this article that I wanted to read to you. The first one is, even before the pandemic, when operating at 100% occupancy, these small businesses were struggling to stay open. The second, when asked if landlords are waiving rent in relation to COVID-19 hardships, 40% of businesses responded in the affirmative, 28% said less than 50% of their rental obligations were waived in August, 43% said 50%, and 28.5% said they were given a break on more than 50% of their fees. Meanwhile, 90% reported they had been trying to negotiate their leases, but the landlord wouldn't budge. So what does that actually mean? That means that most likely what happened is they got a break in their rent for that month, but it was added to the back of their lease. So let's say that you are paying $12,500 for your laptop repair shop, and let's say that because Walk-In Business dove off a cliff, you paid $8,000 instead of $12,500. That would mean that that laptop repair shop next year would be paying $17,000 a month for the month to make up for the last year, rather than $12,500, which is I think going to make for a particularly blighted city come next year. And it says over here, the analysis around why folks are not able to get firm relief from their landlord or renegotiate around long-term lease agreements or changes is interesting because the narrative for the past few months has generally trended in a positive direction. I can understand why landlords have been reticent to renegotiate because people have been under the impression that we would reopen or get back to normal, he said, saying he too is in different stages of ongoing discussions with his landlords. Now, the part that I really want to focus on over here is even before the pandemic, when operating at 100% occupancy, these small businesses were struggling to stay open. Shit. For those of you who followed me on my real estate tour last year, you'll see that there were landlords that wanted $10,000 for what was literally an 800 square foot hallway. There were landlords that wanted up to $30,000 for spaces that were mildly smaller than my current store. For the place, and we're talking about rent prices 9 years ago, for the place that was right next to my old store, which was about the same size, 600 square foot hallway, they wanted about $6,500 for the chicken wing place next door. Same size for this restaurant. You have to understand that paying your employees the minimum wage in New York City, plus paying $6,500 for that hallway when selling chicken wings, even if you have a line out the door, even if you have a lot of customers inside that hallway eating the chicken wings, that is going to be very difficult to have to work with. And I did a video a while back where I was going over why I think the real estate market is bullshit in general. I wasn't saying markets were bullshit. I was saying New York City's real estate market is bullshit because the prices don't go down in spite of the fact that no one can make ends meet at those prices. So when you go around in many of these blocks, you'll see every year and a half there'll be a bunch of new restaurants, and every year and a half a bunch of them will fail. New businesses, and then a bunch of them will fail because they think if someone else is able to make it work at that price, then so can I. But what they don't realize is that the businesses making things work are businesses that are not paying the 200 or 300 or 400 a square foot that your realtor tried to trick you into paying by saying that's worth it. You know why this is worth so much. That's the market rate. And then they wind up going into business and not realizing that it's not sustainable. Someone may see my place and think, oh wow, if Lewis can make it, I can too, but Lewis may be making it at 40 to 60 bucks a square foot, whereas you're now renting a place across the street from me at 200 to 300 a square foot with a lying realtor that tells you that we're both paying market price. And this is a big part of why businesses were failing even before. So in New York City, it's not like we are going to experience something unique to the rest of the country. Not being able to go to work, people losing their jobs, these types of restrictions are going to affect businesses around the country. But it's going to affect places like New York City, San Francisco, and overpriced cities first, not because of taxes, but because of rent. Rent and property prices here are insane. So if you have a house and you pay $800 a month in your mortgage, losing your job is going to suck for you the same way it's going to suck for anybody here. However, $800 a month and you lost your job is different from $8,000 a month or $13,000 a month and you just lost your job. It's going to hit cities like New York first. So what you see in New York is essentially, I believe, a preview of what you're going to see happen across the country in other areas. Now, because the City Council of New York City is very much so in touch with the people, care about our problems, and are committed to solving our problems through solutions that matter, they came up with this great effing idea that I just can't wait to share with you. New York City restaurants can soon add a COVID-19 surcharge to customer bills. Diners may soon see a COVID-19 surcharge on their bills. The New York City Council passed a bill on Wednesday, 46-2, that would allow restaurants to charge as much as 10% on customers dining indoors or outdoors to help cover COVID-19 expenses. So if you read that other article, you'll see that many restaurants are only allowed to have 1/4 the occupancy that they used to have. So you may be paying $40,000 for your restaurant that can sit 80 people. Now that restaurant can only sit 20 people. So your landlord still wants $40,000 in rent. You only have 1/4 of the business, meaning you could probably only pay your landlord $10,000 now. But you're allowed to charge $11 for that burger rather than $10. So it's all good now, right? Thank you very much, New York City Council. I really appreciate my elected officials here. People wonder why most people in New York City don't even bother voting anymore. Like, this is hysterical. I mean, the fact that what you could have done is you could have raised your prices for everybody and then simply discounted people that order online or for takeout. The idea that you even need the city council to do anything for this is ridiculous. Restaurants were most likely already adjusting their prices to some extent. And frankly, the ability, even if the restaurants did adjust their prices, do keep in mind that you are then raising your prices to go out to eat on people that have already lost their jobs. So when people lose their jobs, because as it says over here, just in the hospitality industry, 150,000 industry workers are out of their jobs. When people are out of their jobs, they're not exactly looking to spend $15, $20 for a burger anymore. They're not. So anything, even if this was an effective law, even if this did matter, even if you couldn't already do this before the law passed, if you're a restaurant and you want to keep your business, you need to lower your prices now, not raise them. So I don't see how any of this winds up working. I don't see how any of this winds up not being a complete and utter clusterfuck. Now, if you take a look over here...
Yeah, I mean, he's got a point. I don't see how...
This is an interesting article that I got featured in. Small businesses need rent breaks, but landlords are in crisis too.
It's going to do much good.
I got featured here in this article.
I don't know, you go in the right areas.
Down below.
Might,
it says...
I don't know, might work.
Here we are.
I feel bad for these businesses, though.
Louis Rossman, the owner of the electronics repair store Rossman Repair Group, said he asked for a rent reduction after he lost between $50,000 and $70,000 in revenue in April as foot traffic dramatically declined in Manhattan. The store sits on West 27th, where signs seek new tenants for at least 7 retail and office spaces, several of which I recall showing you in my in the real estate series. Other shops and restaurants, like one advertising pizza for 99 cents, remain shuttered. A page taped to the window of Cano Martial Arts said it had shut its doors to safeguard public health. Mr. Rossman said he appreciated the lower rent, which helped keep his workers employed. He also had been bolstered by an uptick in customers mailing devices in for repair and was able to pay 60% of the rent in August, Mr. Weber said. Lewis, one block in Chelsea, where his business is located, is worried about the future. I don't know where the city is going to go next year, and here is a douchey picture of me looking stoic. This New York Times photographer came by and spent about a half hour, 45 minutes just taking a bunch of pictures until this one. I actually smiled on some of them, but they got this one where I'm like... At that point, I just really wanted to go back to work, and it's like, why are you still taking pictures of me? But you could clearly see that come out in this picture here. Yeah. He says, still, he is considering leaving New York since even his reduced rent is still higher than what he would pay in other cities. Without reliable foot traffic, he said running a small business in Manhattan is probably impossible. I don't know what the city is going to be next year, Mr. Rossman said. So the way this worked for me was around when it hit in March, at the end of March, walk-in business literally just went off a cliff. It went,
oh, come on,
like mail-in business spiked a bit.
Ah, shit.
It did this, but walk-in went. So I think paying nothing would have been unfair. Paying no rent would have been unfair because I was still taking in money. Paying the full $12,500 a month, which is your surcharge for being in Manhattan and having being right next to Fashion Institute of Technology, being right next to Midtown Manhattan, where you have all these office buildings and UBS and Fox News and all these other buildings with lots of offices where people with lots of MacBooks. That doesn't make so much sense when they're all gone, when when the schools are closed, when the dorms send their students home, when people are working from home, when all the places in the area go out of business because they can't afford it anymore and the area is blighted. I'm not going to give you nothing, but the whole thing is, I'm not going to be stupid either. So,
Christ.
The way this worked for me was when I got some discount on some months, I'm going to have to pay that back next year. So let's say that I paid $8,000 on a month instead of $12,500 because of collapse of walk-in business. That means that next year, in one of the months, instead of paying $12,500, I will pay $17,000. Now you may wonder, how does this work? Because business has gone down. So if business decreases, even if business goes back to where it was before, where it was before can just kind of afford $12,500. How is it going to afford $17,000? How is it going to be if business does not go back to where it was before? If all these schools do not wind up with all their students again? If all these offices do not come back to New York City? If all these workers work from home? How am I going to pay $4,000 to $8,000 more than I was going to pay next year? How am I going to deal with months of $15,000 or $18,000 of rent? And the answer to that is going to be, there's going to be a lot of friction between the tenants of New York City businesses, the tenants of New York City residences, and the landlords of these residences until the real estate bubble finally pops in some way, shape, or form, or unless there is some sort of miracle that happens. I am not alone here, because as you can see from this article in the New York Post, 90% have reported that they tried to negotiate their lease, but their landlords won't budge. I have not even tried to do that thus far because, again, they're not. He's a nice guy, but they're probably not going to do it. None of these places are probably going to do it. Also, they are a management company. They are not the ones setting the rules. The board of the building is, because I'm in a co-op, which is owned cooperatively by everybody in the building, including the guy upstairs, which, let's just say from our text message history back and forth, I don't think he likes me very much. So this is going to probably be the cause of a lot of friction between tenants.
Is this video not playing?
And I ultimately believe that this is going to wind up leading to a blighted New York City. I showed you that there are no shortage in New York City of places
up here
that wanted $20,000 to $40,000 for spaces the size of a garage, and several of these spaces have been empty for over 8 years. They're more than happy to leave the space empty for 8 years rather than negotiate. That was in a good economy. In a bad economy, I don't think anything's changing. So I think what's going to wind up happening is that all of these places are going to wind up empty. Once they're empty, this is going to encourage more people to leave. When more people leave, that's going to encourage more businesses to leave, and it's going to be a little vicious cycle. Because there's the optimistic approach that my friend and personal trainer takes, which is that maybe once the market resets itself, that instead of it being Starbucks, Chase, Trader Joe's, Walgreens, Starbucks, Chase, Trader Joe's, Walgreens, Starbucks, Chase, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, Chase, Wells Fargo, that you'll actually have a city filled with businesses that represent the people that live there. I think he's a little more optimistic than I am. I think what's going to wind up happening is they're going to keep the place empty because they're going to say, we want this amount, market rate, and nothing less. As a result of that, people will leave. Once the businesses leave, the people have less of a reason to be here because their jobs are not here, and also the things that make New York City interesting will not be here once those businesses leave. Once people leave, that means the remaining businesses have less customers, which causes those businesses to leave, which then causes more people to leave because there's not a job here for them, and that results in the city becoming completely blighted. And it's I gotta admit, there's a little part of my head that takes guilty pleasure in the idea of watching this happen. Of watching this, people will say that makes you not a real New Yorker or whatever the fuck that means, even though I've lived here for 32 years at this point, my entire life. But I would like to see the people that say this hole in the wall is worth $30,000. We're going to advertise it as 6,000 square feet when it's actually 2,000. And we're not going to take a penny less. I kind of like to see all of those people lose their shirt in some way, shape, or form. Perhaps that makes me evil. Perhaps that makes me an asshole. I don't really care. I've lived here my entire life. I have no illusions about of grandeur, thinking this place is particularly beautiful or more amazing than it is or anything like that. I often meet people that move here to follow their dreams, and I always kind of wonder why? But a part of me really does believe that this is all going to come crumbling down, but further, that the crumbling down you see here is going to be really
cheap
a prelude
shot,
to what you'll see happen in other areas of the country. As I said, if you're in an area of the country where you lost your job and your business and your mortgage is $800, it's going to be painful. It's going to be less painful than where it's $8,000. Because the ratio of revenue to expenses is way higher here, because again, if your income is $0 and your rent is $8,000, that hurts more than if your revenue is $0 and your expenses are $800. That you're going to see a preview here of what's going to happen in the rest of the country, with areas becoming blighted, people moving out, and so on and so forth.
Really?
And I do kind of hope that people in other areas of the country learn from New York City so that they don't repeat what happened and took place here. Because this is not something that's this whole, property prices going out of control, foreign entities buying up all the buildings in certain neighborhoods, all this stuff. This is not something that happened inside of a year. Coronavirus is merely revealing what's been festering beneath the surface for a very long time. And I kind of feel bad about this because I realize I'm going to be in that class of tenants that has a tumultuous relationship with their landlords. I had a really good relationship with my landlord at 186 First Avenue, the first one, not the second one. Alan Park, he was an amazing landlord who gave me a chance when no one else would. I pay my rent on time every month. I kept good care of his building. I fixed up the front of it so that it wasn't falling apart anymore. And we really did take care of the place. And then he sold it to a...
And I'm not getting any calls from our Revolution. I'm getting calls from other debt collectors and shit, but other scam artists. But no, not our Revolution.
place that didn't give us heat for a year, and let's not talk about them. But I had a good relationship there, and I was hoping moving
Yeah, the
here
damn
to kind of
screen
start,
keeps
start
coming
fresh,
off.
new leaf, have a good relationship. Yeah, I think stuff like this is really going to test it more. When it's like, hey, I want 12,500, and I go, yeah, we had like a gigantic reduction in walk-in business. Here's 4,000, or here's 8,000, or 9,000, or 6,000, and this is going to be repeating itself. I'm not. One of the things that I appreciate in reading this article is realizing that I'm not alone in it. That there's also a bunch of other people who are having these same experiences, and it's going to be interesting because when next year comes, and when a lot of these landlords say, okay, listen, we gave you a break last year. Your rent was $8,000 a month, right? Okay, we let you pay $4,000. Well, this year, we want 12 to 13,000, because you got to make that all back now.
I only pick up for contacts now.
I think you're going to see a gigantic exodus from the city. And if what happened for the last 8 to 9 years that I showed you continues to happen, where they simply allow the space to have its little retail for lease or whatever for lease sign in the window for 8 or 9 or 10 years until a Chase comes along and takes it for the price they want, I don't know how you have a city of Chase and Starbucks when there's literally nothing else left. Let me know what you think in the comments down below. That's it for today, and as always, I hope you learned something. What do you think? Should I make this my Tinder picture? This is so douchey. I don't know. They kind of captured the douche element of my face there. What do you think? See you in the next one.
Want to stand out online? Go to Wix.com and create a professional website that's sure to get you noticed. Start from scratch or choose from hundreds of beautiful designer templates. Every part is completely customizable. That's perfect. Get your visitors' attention with eye-catching photos and videos. It's the best way to showcase your brand and really brings your site to life.
Give me a sec.
Set up your online store for...
Get these ads. I think Tony dropped another link in
Hey everybody,
the
how's it going? Here we have my cat. His name is Mr. Clinton. And
No, but do I pick up garbage for a living? No, not anymore. I used to have jobs where I, have to sort through garbage and take that shit out and things of that nature, but not for a living. Not anymore.
Apparently YouTube let me out on the main highway a little bit last night. Lately the shows always come out at midnight Eastern time, and then after that they sit there and I get a few views, and then I wake up in the morning and I see what's going on. This morning my show about Rachel Maddow had quite a few more views than usual, and all of the comments were from people I didn't know. We usually have the regular crew commenting, and this morning I didn't see anybody from the regular crew. Everybody was somebody I didn't know. Shout out, by the way, to the regular crew. I really appreciate you. And especially this morning, because I seem to have triggered quite a few comfy neo-libs, and I could use your help talking them down. Helgard Adams says,
Really?
Why do you assume that anyone would be interested in your lame duck opinion? Utterly
Damn,
boring,
that's really
painful
fucked up.
talk. Let it be. But what about what I said? What do you think about what I actually said, Helgard? Damarado Happy Skyper is even more clear. You, the one who was talking, shut the fuck up! What is it about what I'm saying, Damarado, that's bothering you? Come on! Richard K. Flowers says, Republicans would explode if they tried to tell the truth.
Really?
Republicans are genetically geared to lying, cheating, stealing, murdering, everything evil. Does this sound like a Rachel Maddow audience member to you? Republicans have no honor, no conscience, no empathy, no honesty, no love for anyone or anything other than themselves. They are corrupt to the core. That's why Americans are dying by the thousands. All Republicans, Richard. All Republicans? All Republicans are genetically geared to lying, cheating, stealing, murdering. I'm not a Republican, but I grew up with a lot of Republicans. They may have their heads up their asses, but this is a little bit harsh, I'd say, Richard. And the only way you could really think this and say this with a straight face is if you are swilling the corporate Kool-Aid. This is the monster that left media have created. I replied, and Democrats, like the good controlled opposition they are, provide them cover. Go back and watch yesterday's show if you want to understand controlled opposition better. Thanks to Keaton Weiss. This one's from Betsy Bird. She knows she's doing a good job when people on the opposite side start making a show about her. I'm not on the opposite side. The opposite side supposedly is populated with right-wingers. I'm the opposite of the opposite side. Who are you, dude? I question your show. Just another aloha male who doesn't have a brain, just like Trump. I mean, this might have been a little harsh, but all I could think of was another brain-dead, comfy neolib. Pretty much all of the criticisms you can make of the Fox News audience are directly applicable here. This is just not thinking. Betsy also says, we love her, and she's one of the greatest newscasters who is well respected. However, I guess you like Fox News. LOL! Exclamation point times 5. Okay, Betsy, I guess it's time for you to go back to brunch.
Really?
The next thing to address is from a Facebook discussion I had yesterday. Sanford Schwartz said, Alan Kit Howell, could you kindly post a link to a report about Biden being charged with or accused of rape? I was like, where have you been, Sanford? Yeah. This was in response to me accusing both Biden and Trump of being racist rapists. Sanford then said, are you insinuating Biden held parties with Jeffrey Epstein too? Just curious. So I linked him to a recent show. Australian journalists keep the heat on U.S. plutocrat-owned politicians. And that episode reprised the Tara Reade scandal, so he could go to that one, or he could go to other episodes I've posted over the last few months about Tara Reade and Joe Biden. Thanks to Donna L. Thomas, who said, seriously, you slept through Tara Reade? And then Marta Viren Berla said, Sanford Schwartz, Senator Biden didn't rape me, but on a flight when I was a 25-year-old stewardess, he held me hostage with his hand up underneath my uniform skirt, rubbing my left cheek while asking about joining the Mile High Club. I am one of 11 women who came forward with our various assault stories, and the media has silenced us. Some of us were threatened, so process that. And while we're talking about Joe Biden, let's talk about the person who was reportedly on an email chain allegedly involving Democrat presidential nominee Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden. Apparently, a laptop computer magically showed up in a computer repair shop and then was turned over to the FBI because it had some pretty interesting stuff on it, including a payout for former Vice President Joe Biden as part of a deal with a Chinese energy firm. The comfy neolibs don't want to admit that this is real, but from what I can tell, it's very real. From this laptop, one email dated May 13, 2017 and obtained by Fox News includes a discussion of remuneration packages for 6 people in a business deal with a Chinese energy firm. The email appeared to identify Biden as chair/vice chair, depending on an agreement with CEFC, in an apparent reference to now bankrupt CEFC China Energy Company, Fox News reported. The email includes a note that Hunter has some office expectations he will elaborate. A proposed equity split references 20 for H and 10 held by H for the big guy, with no further details. Fox News spoke to one of the people who was copied on the email who confirmed its authenticity. Multiple sources reportedly told Fox News that the big guy was a reference to the former vice president. The New York Post broke the story yesterday, revealing that Hunter Biden had pursued lucrative deals in communist China that he said would be interesting for me and my family. The email is contained in a trove of data that the owner of a computer repair shop in Delaware said was recovered from a MacBook Pro laptop that was dropped off in April 2019 and never retrieved, the Post reported. The computer was seized by the FBI, and a copy of its contents made by the shop owner shared with the Post this week by former Mayor Rudy Giuliani. The New York Post released additional emails at the start of the week that appeared to indicate that then Vice President Joe Biden met with an executive at Burisma, a Ukrainian gas company where Hunter Biden served on the board. So what now, you comfy neolibs? This is the potential president of the United States. You've got evil, and you've got evil. And you look in the mirror, and you've chosen one of those, and then you have to say, you've got even more evil staring at you right from the mirror. Yep, this is what I call a moral conundrum. And now on to the main course from the World Socialist website, wsws.org. Democrats let Amy Coney Barrett sail through Supreme Court confirmation hearings. In a Supreme Court confirmation process fraught with the most immediate and ominous implications for the democratic rights of the working class, Judge Amy Coney Barrett, the far-right nominee of President Donald Trump, sailed through 3 days of hearings before the Senate Judiciary Committee this week. Her confirmation is assured thanks to the cowardice and duplicity of her Democratic Party opponents. This story is important because a lot of the comfy neolibs say that SCOTUS appointments are why you should vote for Joe Biden. But I keep telling them on my Facebook feed that the reason we have such a conservative Supreme Court is because the duplicity of Democrats has allowed it. Both the Democrats and the Republicans, working together, have given us the conservative Supreme Court we now have. And I can say from firsthand experience, they've also given us a lot of shitty federal judges. If you, hypothetically, are an employee suing an employer in federal court, you're going to get your ass handed to you on a plate because federal court judges always side with the employer. And you can blame Democrats for that at least as much as you can blame Republicans. Back to the story. With the formality of the hearings out of the way, following a round of testimony Thursday from pro and con panels of legal experts, the Republican majority on the Judiciary Committee scheduled a vote on the nomination for October 22nd. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell announced that consideration of the nomination by the full Senate would begin the next day, October 23rd. A floor vote to confirm Barrett and further shift the balance on the court by consolidating a 6-3 right-wing majority is expected on October 26th or October 27th, 1 week before Election Day. Barrett, 48, was for many years a professor of law at the University of Notre Dame, where she established her credentials as an opponent of abortion rights, gay marriage, gun control, separation of church and state, social reform legislation, and corporate regulation. Trump appointed her to the U.S. Court of Appeals for the 7th Circuit in 2017, where she established a record as a hardened reactionary. University of Virginia law professors who analyzed more than 1,700 cases before the 7th Circuit said Barrett is perhaps the most conservative judge on the court. I bumped into a judge like that in federal court a few years ago. Actually, more than one judge when we went to appellate court. The ironic part is that these judges weren't all appointed by Donald Trump. There are a lot of asshole federal court judges who were appointed by Democrats. And don't even get me started about Josh Shapiro in Pennsylvania. The Pennsylvania Attorney General is supposedly a progressive, but even though he's a Democrat, he's as much of an asshole as any of the Republican judges. Anyway, back to the story. A former law clerk and avowed disciple of the arch-reactionary deceased leader of the right-wing bloc on the Supreme Court, Antonin Scalia, Barrett worked as a young lawyer in the firm headed by Republican power broker James Baker. There she helped prepare the legal arguments used by the George W. Bush campaign in 2000 in the infamous Bush versus Gore case, in which the Supreme Court halted vote counting in Florida and handed the presidency to the Republican loser. In his 2000 ruling, Scalia argued that the American people had no constitutional right to elect the president. Rather, state legislatures were authorized to select the presidential electors regardless of the popular vote in any given state. That's the advantage, my dear Republican friends, of living in a republic versus living in a democracy. The people don't get to decide who wins the presidency. Barrett is now poised to join two other justices who also worked on the Bush side of the legal case, Chief Justice John Roberts and Associate Justice Brett Kavanaugh. The Democrats capitulated to the rush to confirm Barrett within days of Trump's naming her last month, following the death of Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. They could have, had they wished, galvanized broad popular opposition and exposed the profoundly anti-democratic content of the nomination, particularly after Trump's performance in his September 29 debate with Joe Biden, when he refused to commit to a peaceful transition of power and told the fascist Proud Boys militia to stand by. In the course of the hearings, the first 2 days of which were nationally televised, the Democrats deliberately downplayed the connection between the rush to confirm and install Barrett on the Supreme Court and Trump's conspiracy to carry out an election coup. Trump has signaled that the plot involves his rejection of the results of the November 3rd vote and a claim of victory on the basis of false charges of mail-in ballot fraud. This is to be accompanied by the unleashing of armed fascist militias against anti-Trump protesters and Democratic governors in key battleground states such as Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and North Carolina. Personally, I think that sounds a little unhinged, but I'm going to keep reading. A key aim of the conspiracy is to create conditions where Republican-controlled legislatures in those states can override the popular vote and select pro-Trump slates of electors. Okay, this is me again. As you think about it, what happened in Florida actually happened the way he says. The voters don't get to decide. That's constitutional. Okay, maybe this isn't completely unhinged. Back to the story. As Trump has made clear in recent weeks, he is counting on a solid far-right majority on the Supreme Court to facilitate such an illegal seizure of power. The Democrats treated Barrett's potential role on the Supreme Court in ratifying a constitutional coup as a side issue, instead focusing on the impact of her addition to the court on a White House-backed effort to overturn the Affordable Care Act in a case that comes before the Supreme Court 1 week after Election Day. They made no mention of the exposure only days before the opening of the confirmation hearings of a plot by pro-Trump militia gunmen to kidnap and murder the Democratic governor of Michigan and seize control of the state legislature. Even the issue of Barrett's publicly stated hostility to the landmark Roe v. Wade ruling, which established a federal right to abortion, was relegated to a secondary rank alongside her other reactionary positions. On the issue of the election, the Democrats merely made lame appeals to Barrett to commit to recusing herself from any post-election cases that might arise regarding the voting result, which she unceremoniously rejected. Democrats on the Judiciary Committee, including Biden's running mate Kamala Harris, avoided making any reference to Barrett's religious zealotry. She is a member of People of Praise, a largely Catholic group that formerly referred to wives as handmaids. Senator Dianne Feinstein, the ranking Democrat on the committee, was sidelined as the Democrat spokesperson because during the 2017 confirmation hearings, she told Barrett, "The dogma lives loudly within you," a supposed overreach that has since been condemned by Democrats and Republicans alike. Feinstein began her questioning of Barrett on Tuesday by inviting her to introduce 6 of her children who were seated behind her. She told the judge, "We all have our moral values. We have our religions. We live by that. I respect you and your family for doing just that." At the conclusion of the hearing on Thursday, Feinstein hugged the Republican committee chairman and Trump flunky Lindsey Graham and thanked him for his fairness. Okay, peeps, you still like Dianne Feinstein? The media portrayed Barrett as a loving wife and mother, echoing Joe Biden, who called her a very fine woman in his debate with Trump. The Times ran a flattering article on Barrett on Thursday, attempting to give her elevation to the High Court a positive feminist gloss. The article quoted her as saying on the day she was nominated, "While I am a judge, I'm better known back home as a room parent, a carpool driver, and birthday party planner." But despite such efforts by the media and the Democrats, her real role as an instrument of the corporate financial elite for political and social reaction could not be completely concealed. The elaborate charade of constitutional protocol turned to farce as Barrett contemptuously batted away questions from Democrats on the committee on her far-right positions. Questions from Democratic senators that Barrett refused to answer include whether the president has a constitutional right to unilaterally delay an election, whether mail-in voting was an essential way to vote for millions of Americans right now amid the pandemic, whether it is illegal to intimidate voters at the polls.
Yeah, those questions should be like no-brainers. But I don't know. We're moving more and more towards this faster shit, so it's more up in the air and on the table for a lot of these a lot of these cats in the White House for whatever reason.
Whether the president has the right to deny a person the right to vote based on his or her race, whether the president has a right to pardon himself, whether the president can refuse to comply with a court order, whether it was wrong to separate immigrant children from their parents at the border, whether the Supreme Court's 1965 ruling in Griswold v. Connecticut that states cannot ban married couples from using contraceptives was correctly decided, whether she agrees with Supreme Court precedent banning laws that criminalize homosexual conduct, and the 2015 Obergefell versus Hodges decision upholding the right of same-sex couples to marry, and whether the First Amendment protects a reporter's decision to protect a confidential source. On Thursday, the New York Times quoted Paul M. Collins, Jr., a political scientist at the University of Massachusetts, as saying, "Though past nominees have also avoided answering some of the senator's questions, Barrett took this to a whole new level. Having studied how forthcoming nominees have been since public confirmation hearings at which nominees testified beginning in 1939, I think Barrett will rank as among the least responsive nominees in American history. The Democrats' utter prostration in the hearings is inseparable from the right-wing character of the Biden election campaign. They are determined to do or say nothing that might alert the working class to the real and present danger of dictatorship and the dimensions of the assault on democratic rights for fear of sparking a mass movement from below against Trump." That's interesting. This is interesting because it means that riling the people up for any reason, whether it's a Republican reason or a Democratic reason, will shake up the plutocratic order. Yeah, this is very intriguing. Back to the story. This they fear more than a presidential coup because any such movement would threaten the capitalist system, which they defend no less than the Republicans. That was a good article. We're going to have to think about this, people.
Yeah, this guy's pretty interesting. I never heard of him. Howl Underground. Pretty good word. But yeah, that new bitch. I'll probably do some videos on her because I don't know anything about this judge. So figure out. I heard she's just super right wing and almost cliche, just a cliche fascist. So, what was her name? Amy Coney Barrett. Coney. Oops. Can't type. I don't know. I haven't been super interested in Amy Coney because I'm just, I know she was nominated by Trump. So you can kind of just assume what she's all about, And from what I hear, she's like, it's almost cartoonishly accurate. She's just right wing on everything, and refusing to answer on questions like, "Oh, do you think the president can pardon himself," etc. Like what kind of judge just abstains from that kind of shit? So this is more just like news, though. I'm trying to figure out what her positions on shit are. Oh my god. Policies, I don't know. Political views. YouTube's like no help when it comes to this shit. Alright, let's see. Who is Amy Coney Barrett?
Judge Amy Coney Barrett is expected to be President Donald Trump's pick to fill Ruth Bader Ginsburg's seat on the U.S. Supreme Court. He's hoping she'll become the court's all-important sixth conservative vote. If confirmed by the Senate, Barrett, at 48 years old,
because the
could
Dems
shape the
like her
High
too.
Court for
Yeah, I
decades.
bet they do on the
The
low.
president has a bigger impact on the court the longer the justice he or she appoints stays in office.
She's long expressed her affinity for the late Justice Antonin Scalia, whom she clerked for in the Supreme Court, and his support for originalism, or interpreting the Constitution according to its original meaning.
Justice Scalia's philosophy of judging was not only right as a matter of the constitutional structure, but it was also self-discipline.
Barrett returned to her alma mater to launch her academic career. She still teaches law at Notre Dame. She became well known in conservative legal circles and spoke to audiences around the country about what the Supreme Court's role should not be when it comes to social change.
When legislative change is slow, because people increasingly see the court as a political institution, when they can't accomplish things in the legislature, they try to litigate it and then declare a fast win through the court because they think it's faster to get it through the justices than to convince their citizens in the legislative process.
She offered as an example the issue of transgender students who were seeking access to the restrooms that matched their gender identity. Lawyers for transgender students argued that under a 1972 civil rights law, their clients' rights were being violated. The part of the law prohibiting discrimination in education based on sex is known as Title IX.
It's a who decides question. When Title IX was enacted, it's pretty clear that no one, including the Congress that enacted that statute, would have dreamed of that result at that time. Maybe things have changed so that we should change Title IX, but it does seem to strain the text of the statute to say that Title IX demands it.
In her 2017 appellate court confirmation hearings, Barrett emphasized time and again that a judge's personal opinions shouldn't matter.
But I think if I express a personal view on any of these matters, it might give the misimpression that my personal view is what would drive the decision of a case.
No,
it would not be.
I stipulate that that won't happen.
As for her personal view on landmark Supreme Court rulings, Barrett wouldn't budge, even when those questions came from Republicans who supported her nomination.
What did you think about the opinion?
I wasn't alive when Griswold came down.
Well, what about when you first read it?
Well, gosh, Senator, I think, again, whatever I might have thought about it, I first read it when I was a law student. But whatever I would have thought about it then or whatever I would think about it today wouldn't matter. I would put that aside.
In Griswold v. Connecticut in 1965, the Supreme Court found a state law which prevented married couples from using contraception to be unconstitutional. The court's opinion recognized within the Constitution a right to privacy.
Do you believe there's a right to privacy under the Constitution?
The court has quite clearly held that there is.
And do you agree with the court?
Senator Blumenthal, I would follow all court precedent, and whether I agree or disagree would be beside the point to the discharge of my duties if I were confirmed as a
So
judge.
you have no personal views on whether there's a right to privacy in the Constitution?
Well, Senator, I think the question is whether I have personal views that would be appropriate to share in this context, given the misimpression it could give litigants who might appear before me if I were confirmed.
Both Democrats and Republicans asked Barrett whether she'd seek to overturn Roe v. Wade.
If confirmed, would you follow Supreme Court precedent involving abortion?
Absolutely, I would.
Do you think Roe v. Wade was correctly decided?
Well, Senator, I'm sorry that I feel like I can't, as a nominee, offer an opinion because I don't want to give the impression that I would treat some precedents as more binding or more valuable than others. I would apply Roe and its progeny just like I would apply all Supreme Court precedent.
The Senate confirmed Barrett to the Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals in Chicago by a vote of 55 to 43. There she began to establish her judicial record. In 2019, she described an example of how she applied her principles in a case involving Second Amendment rights for felons.
After surveying all of the arguments, the historically based arguments for the constitutionality of depriving felons of their right to possess firearms, that there was no blanket authorization to just take guns, the right to possess a gun away from someone who had committed a felony.
Progressives worry that Barrett would create a more conservative Supreme Court that could block their aspirations. Barrett has long said she believes the public, through their elected representatives, rather than the courts, should lead the way in social change.
The who decides question, just as a personal matter, is really important to me. And so I guess I worry a lot, about that who decides question about our decisions, or, and my voice kind of getting taken away.
Now Barrett may herself become the one who decides.
Alright, so that was interesting. She seems like a real piece of work. I don't know why she just wouldn't answer the simple questions. Probably because she knows deep down she's a monster and doesn't want to, out herself. So that's that. Said he found OCB. What the hell is this, Anthony? You got me playing now, boy.
All the time confined to fit the mold, but I won't ever let them make a loser of my soul.
Yo, bro. Is this new? Oh, that's 2019. Damn, it's got so many thumbs down. Why people hating on Yo, bro, Ford? Alright, back to me getting my ass whooped in Street Fighter. Stupid Ryu. Freaking Hado. Shit. Alright, I'm dead. This nigga about to give me a copyright strike on these songs. Not that I give a fuck, but
Welcome to Yellow Brick Road. I am Jordan. This is James.
Oh yeah. Oh, you guys are barely figuring out what James looks like. Yeah, I've been new. All you gotta do is look at Yo Bro's older videos. But yeah, there he is. There's our boy. The sexy man James.
And today we're going to be talking about Steven Crowder getting owned once again on his own program. That's right, most fans won't even recognize it because they're fans.
Look at James doing his Doctor Strange fucking Naruto ninja hand signs on the mic, man. It's probably for good luck.
To that, we'd like to ask you to please donate to Devin's Journey to Recovery. The GoFundMe account is in our description box. And also the website will be featured in the intro to this video.
Oh, Lord.
With the song Metric, Synthetica. Or the song Synthetica.
I'm getting raped in this game.
Metric. Please go buy all their albums. Do that.
Or just download it.
Or legally download it.
Wow, dude.
Yeah. Don't buy that. Instead, spend your money at Devin's Journey to Recovery. The GoFundMe account in the description box. Okay, so Steven Crowder is back.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah. So Steven Crowder is back.
All right. Damn, dude, I've got my ass whipped like this in a while.
Released Change My Mind video. It's the Build the Wall edition, or second edition. And, for the most part, it's a simple, college students getting up on the semi-stage, and, they spill their guts to them. They give their best arguments, most fall short, other than Yusuf, who beat the shit out of Steven Crowder on socialism.
Good Lord. Should I quit or should I keep going?
In this case,
I'll keep going.
I believe we have a teacher stepping in. He must have ran as fast as he could to get online. Let me be the first or second guy there. And I believe he schools Steven Crowder. But let's give some context to this.
I think we have to get to the root of why are they coming here? We can build, let's say the first wall doesn't work, we can build one 10 times higher, right? Put guns there. But people are still going to be coming. So we need to go to the root of the problem of why they're coming. We destabilize their governments, and we don't like the government, the political lean.
Okay.
So we overthrow them, and then these people have no government, and then these criminals that use the porous border to, take guns from Texas and send them south. So that's another problem. And so then these people are still going to be coming, and then they're going to destabilize Mexico, unless we're going to build more walls, a huge wall into Mexico, and then just keep going down. So we need to find
into Mexico?
Yes.
No, we're only talking about here, and it seems like you were on board with, and now it seems like you're kind of zagging as to where you started. It seemed like you said we should
I'm suggesting if we build a
security
wall
with drones, with guards, something a little bit more modern than a wall.
Well,
now you're saying, but the problem is the root cause is we're destabilizing these governments. Let's assume that that's true. Okay, let's assume that that's true. That it's all America's fault. That we've destabilized these regions, and that we're the ones who screwed up Mexico. That's why they've never gotten it right. Going back to the Mayans and Aztecs, the Incas, the Peruvian. So let's assume all of that's correct.
So what you're seeing is what you college kids call straw manning. The guy, I don't know his name. Let's call him White sweatshirt guy. Mr. Teacher White sweatshirt guy. He wasn't saying that, fuck. I'm forgetting as I'm speaking.
He wasn't saying it was the U.S.'s fault?
Yeah, he's not saying that if you go all the way back through the entire history of South America and Central America, Latin America, that is the U.S. fault. That's the U.S. fault that all this, whatever was happening, all the problems they have. But what he was saying was that the U.S. has intervened in other countries, in this specific case, South America.
Got him.
Helped with coups.
Yeah, I hate Steven Crowder.
Took down Democratic.
And I kind of hate people talk about the wall. It's such a retarded idea.
Rebels, sort of like what we saw in Syria.
Paying protesters? Or paying for protests?
Rebels. And, yeah. He... See, if you know how to make arguments, you can. This is so telling. You can see it so blatantly. When he knows he can't argue that point, he says, "Well, let's just accept that. Let's just say, okay, let's say that's what it is. Let's say it's the U.S.'s fault."
Yeah.
That's copping out of an argument.
Yeah.
But instead of arguing that point, you just accept it all, so you can move on to your next talking point, which will be.
We still do have a problem with illegal immigration, right? Absolutely, yeah. And we need to solve it. So how do we solve it?
See, once he did that little move there of saying, okay, let's just accept all that. How do we deal with immigration? He's telling you that's how you deal with immigration. You deal with the bigger problem.
Yeah.
You look at it in the big picture way. That's how you deal with immigration.
He's going to repeat himself. You get to the root of the problem.
Yeah.
Why is this happening? Why do they want to immigrate here? Why do people want to leave their country? Why would somebody from Yemen want to leave?
Let's leave our country and start from zero again. Let's do that.
What would make someone do that?
Well, let's hear white sweatshirt guy.
Yeah, just before they go any further into it, it's so, I don't get it. Having the conversation about the wall with people, they're usually just so small-minded and just short-sighted in their analysis of the whole problem. Just even if I thought building a wall was a good idea in the short term, in the long term, I don't see how it benefits anything. Why would you want a wall from sea to shining sea, dividing Mexico and the United States? It doesn't make any sense. Wouldn't you rather just have wouldn't you prefer if your neighbor was just a functional country that you did commerce with? Don't both countries benefit in that scenario? Doesn't America, the United States, have a vested interest in making sure Mexico isn't run by a bunch of criminals, and that they're not importing just pounds and pounds of meth across the border? I was watching an OG Shadow video They did the largest meth bust in history, like last week, and the ex vice president of Mexico was arrested in the United States by America's DEA for basically just trafficking in more drugs into America. So this shit's insane. The corruption goes all the way to like the top of the Mexican government. Just as I'm sure it probably goes pretty high in the American government as well. If you guys remember Operation Fast and Furious with Obama, he got caught selling a bunch of guns down there. And we don't have to get into Gary Webb and, you know, the Iran-Contra scandal, all that shit. So, I mean, I think in a sane planet, in the sane government, we have a vested interest in making sure Mexico wasn't wrecked to fucking death by cartels, and that people didn't feel like illegally coming here constantly to get away from the violence. But instead, we're talking about short-term solutions and short-sighted solutions like a wall. So it's stupid, counterproductive. It's an anti-solution.
The problem, we invest in those countries, not just in the companies that are there, the multinational corporations, give them to the governments that are corrupt, or the ones that we believe are going to keep those countries stable, but are actually pressing the people to leave. If we invest in infrastructure, instead of spending billions on a wall, sending billions of dollars to the Middle East, to places we will never go, and they won't come here, like unless they come through plane or, you know, through visa overstay,
Through the border.
or through the border.
Happens a lot.
I think that's really overstated in my opinion.
In your opinion, okay.
But if we invest in those places rather than the Middle East, where it's just going to get blown up, more war, more geopolitical power trips with China and Russia, if we invest in Latin America and in kind of a one belt, one road, we have a vision for our continent, we can eliminate the problem of illegal immigration.
I disagree, but a couple things. Are you saying we invest in these other countries so they don't all building walls and securing our border simultaneously? Or you're saying just invest in these economies, in these countries?
I believe it's securing the border. I think the wall is a waste of money. I think we can go into a more permanent solution rather than temporary.
Walls work. And again, Donald Trump is...
Walls work.
I disagree.
Walls work.
Yeah.
That's really all he has to say.
Also, it's just... He's talking about eliminating the problem, period. He's talking about holding off the problem for as long as he possibly can with a giant wall.
Walls work.
Yeah.
Remember the Berlin Wall? Remember that? That was so... People loved it, didn't they?
Yeah.
Walls work.
Sure, Charlie Manson's victims all had walls that were supposed to be protecting them. Didn't do them much good. Like when someone wants to really get into somewhere, they're gonna get there. You know, especially if they're human beings, because we're sapient. So it's about time we stop, you know, patronizing each other.
We're reading about it. So there was a big celebration, people knocking it down, graffiti everywhere on that fucking thing.
Yeah, this guy claims to be a Christian. I'm like, I'm like, oh, you're a fake Christian.
Yeah, exactly. You're a fake Christian and you pretend.
I'm not Christian, and I'm calling him a fake Christian.
Well, it's funny. It's like, why do I know more about it than you do as far as the morality side of it all? So what the fuck, man? Oh yeah, well I know Corinthians or whatever the fuck, chapter 7, verse like I mean that. I mean the morality side of it, dude. What the fuck? What? And then Jesus said,
build that fucking wall. Keep them out. They're dangerous.
Jesus said,
they're rapists.
Here's the body of me, Christ, and use it to build the wall. Keep the Philistines out.
There's a reason why there were certain abolitionists during slavery times that are like, they can't look at their book and look at the world and just be like,
that's funny. Build a wall to keep the Philistines out.
Slavery's okay.
Dude, God hated the Philistines. I don't know why.
Honestly. Yeah. So they're like, fuck. Whether it's...
Like, I don't know how much of the Bible you guys are familiar with, but God hated the fucking Philistines. If you read that book, holy shit. He got Samson to fuck that whole race up in the most brutal and deranged ways. Like, if you ever read the story of Samson, it's just... it's my favorite story in the Bible. Like, even as an atheist, I could read that shit because it's just so over the top, the way they fucking write it. There's a part where Samson ties like torches to the tails of these foxes and sets them loose upon the Philistines, and he just kills like thousands upon thousands of them, all in God's name. It's absurd, but you know, God is love. Unless you're a Philistine, then you should have just you're probably better off just not having been born at all.
Fear or love or whatever it is, like fuck, God will punish me if I let this happen, or if I don't do anything about it.
I'll get my ass whipped.
That motivation's based off of fear.
Yeah.
Motivated by fear.
I forgot the damn controls.
Or, well, people are gonna get hurt.
There we go.
Yeah,
so we're afraid for them.
So enough of bashing Stephen Crowder's religion, bashing him and his hypocrisy of his religion.
Well, here's the thing. It's like, hey, dude, I don't have a problem with Christians. I really don't.
Well, let's go past that.
Just saying.
Let's go back to their argument.
Being clear.
Let's go back to their argument.
Being clear.
They can ask if they don't understand.
That's why he's a fake Christian.
They can ask if they don't understand.
Yeah.
Let's go back to their argument. I just looked this up on Wikipedia.
Wikipedia?
Yeah. There's like Argentina, Peru, Nicaragua, Panama, Chile. Did I say Peru yet?
Yeah, Anthony, if you're a Philistine, then you just don't want to be in the Bible. That's all you need to know about the Bible, man.
Yeah.
You don't want to be a
This list
Philistine.
was specifically about the U.S. government. It doesn't bring up multinational corporations.
I thought the Jews had it bad. Holy shit.
Other multinational corporations, then you could say Ecuador.
You could probably say more than that.
Yeah.
Also, what we do now with Venezuela, what we've probably done in the past with Venezuela, Colombia, with the cocaine, all that, Pablo Escobar. I mean, the U.S. has had a lot of involvement in South America.
Oh, what's his name admitted it on Corbett? Former head director of the CIA or FBI, I don't remember. Yeah, it's okay when we do.
Yeah, the guy that was on Laura Ingram's Fox News show.
That's it.
And they were sort of joking about it.
Yeah.
So.
It's like, huh?
Really? Damn, dude. I hate those things.
And yeah, so Stephen Crowder, like, you have to consider that argument. He says, if you're an honest person, you should sit down and really look into that idea rather than brushing it off as some SJW talking point. Right? This guy, I think, was willing to go into detail, but he brushed it off as, okay, yeah, the it's U.S.'s fault no matter what. I get it. It's some SJW talking point thing. Let me move on from it.
Well, would you just bring him back?
He should. I believe he sort of did. What he did was he jumped towards solutions rather than pointing out those particular problems. Either way, Crowder lost this argument. And
I'm going to feature in the video, though.
And don't believe us. What you want to do is go back and watch the entire video in its entirety with all the context, so that so you know we're not bullshitting you. We're just saving time by just going with this little clip here.
I'm trying to remember all the places. Panama, well, multinational corporations.
There's a whole bunch of shit going on. ExxonMobil.
Now you know what? I do want this one.
Coca-Cola. All right, that is it. Please debate us on this topic if you dare. Like I said, always comment. Please subscribe if you feel like. Please make a donation to Devin's Journey to Recovery. That would be very helpful. For one of our subscribers, his wife had having health problems, and they're trying to reach a $30,000 goal. Yes. But any amount helps. $1, $50, $100, $20, whatever. Any amount will help. The link is in the description box for their GoFundMe, and also the website's featured in the intro to this video. And with all that said, Stephen Crowder lost, and give this video a thumbs down, as I know his fanboys will. Thank you.
Say you wanna get in, and then you wanna get out. When you get the money, so buy yourself a car. So how will you wear your worship? You zip it back and forth.
Yeesh. Got my ass whizzed. I think Anthony sent another vid.
Joe, your internet service.
I went on Tucker to talk to the president last night, and this is what's happening. So, get this: America's longest war.
Yeah.
A visual.
Oh yeah, I seen this. Yeah, Jimmy goes in. He goes
visual
in on
history
the
should just be
Tucker
somebody shrugging and going, "Why the?"
Kyle covered on Secular Talk. That's where I saw it. I didn't see it on the Jimmy Dore
The fuck
show.
are we there?
Actually, I might have seen it on both, actually.
And this picture, by the way, this picture's back from 2002. That's when the Afghanistan war was just an infant. It was just just getting its teeth and learning how to walk. Now it's a sophomore in college. Top general, so this is what I went on to talk about on Tucker Carlson. The top general declines to endorse Trump's Afghan withdrawal timeline.
Tonight, there are ominous signs that the military is openly defying our system of civilian control. Today, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mark Milley, broke with the White House's plan to lower troop levels in Afghanistan to 2,500. That's a plan that both the public and common sense both demand. Milley said he's going to conduct his own rigorous analysis of the situation. Again, aren't civilians supposed to be in control of the military? Jimmy Dore has thoughts about this. He's the host of the Jimmy Dore Show, and we're happy to have him with us tonight. Jimmy, thanks so much for coming on. So I guess it doesn't, I mean, I hope that I'd be principled enough that if a president I despised, you know, if Elizabeth Warren were president, that I would be as offended by this as I am now, because it's an attack on our system, a system that we should probably keep a pretty good hold on. What's your view of it?
Well, I think it's great that when a president orders a troop withdrawal, that's up for negotiation with anybody in the military. That just sounds great. Maybe Mark Milley is one of these resistance grifters, and he's writing a book he's planning on selling to those resistance people. Now he stood up against Trump trying to end a war, because that's what it seems like. Anybody just, and here's the weird thing: Donald Trump.
It's like, oh, okay, no people say bye anymore. No, it's cool. Some people got to do their thing. Yeah, but fucking Jimmy's right, dude. Like, he's the executive. He's the commander-in-chief of the executive branch. When he says jump, the military should say how high, okay? When he says we're getting out of Afghanistan or Iraq, the general should just be like, okay, when? But, that's how they wrote it in the Constitution. That's what the commander-in-chief... That's what his job responsibilities consist of. You know, that's his fucking rank. But I don't know. That's not how it works in America. America, the president's just a fucking figurehead, just a puppet. At this point, I'm starting to think this entire goddamn race was just a sham from start to finish, dude. I don't know if Hillary even lost on accident anymore. This whole thing could have just been scripted out, and Trump could be just trying to lose on purpose to just usher in the age of Biden as it was written, by the fucking the script masters in the White House or whoever the fuck. But that's just, I have no evidence, no real hard evidence to that. That's just my intuition at this point, just based on things I've seen. Everything could be totally legit, but at this point, I think Hillary, Trump, Pelosi, Biden, the Clintons, Obama, they're all in on the same fucking grift. They're having orgies in the back room. This whole shit's just a fucking act.
Trump, you have to end some of these wars. You have to pull these troops home now. Yes. He's the commander-in-chief. There's no excuses. People are sick and tired of these wars. And he's got to take on the establishment, Tucker. That's what won him the election in 2016. In the primary, Trump was able to smash the Bush dynasty and the Republican status quo. And now he can't handle a few military war hawks and Mitch McConnell. I say he can. He promised. Why he got elected was he promised to give everybody health care and end those overseas wars and invest that money back home. Well, right now, President Trump, there are millions and millions of Americans who don't follow you on Twitter who are hurting, who needs a check right now. And take those troops home, give that money to the people. If Nancy Pelosi offers $1,200, you double it. Put your name on that check. People need help right now. You know how weak it looks that you're trying to position yourself as a victim to Nancy Pelosi? And take those troops home, take that money, get it in a stimulus check, give it to the people right now. The time is ticking. Now is, if he would have given us health care, he missed his moment. They're going to, whoever gives the American people health care, they're going to put on Mount Rushmore. He missed that. Now it's time to take these troops home and invest that money back here. Now, people are hurting. You tell the Senate, the GOP and the Senate and Mitch McConnell to do their job and get a stimulus to the people, and he'll put his name on it. Whatever Nancy Pelosi offers, double it. That's what Trump would have done in 2016. He needs to do that now.
I just find it so hilarious. You're a lefty who I'm sure is not voting Trump, who's giving him better advice than any Senate, than almost any Senate Republican, any congressional Republican, any Republican in Washington. I think you're absolutely right.
Look at Tucker gushing over Jimmy. Isn't that adorable?
My pleasure. Anytime.
Look at him gushing over Jimmy.
Tucker Carlson, I know the president watches that show.
It's like, oh, wow, so that's what a real man looks like.
And
golly gee.
He's listening to the wrong people, of course. And I think it was important to get that message out there. And, he's obviously listening to Larry Kudlow and the Stephen Millers and the morons, the Steve Mnuchins, the people who he got elected by running against. He got elected running against those guys he's now listening to. And so when I got the invitation to come on and talk about this General Milley, who's the commander of the Joint Chiefs, him wanting to put the brakes on with Trump withdrawing troops. I was like, this is the perfect, and these two things go together perfectly. Ending the wars, giving money to people back home. They go together perfectly, so that's why I went on. I think Tucker has the biggest show on, the biggest conservative news show in America. So I appreciate the opportunity to talk to half the country. And it's funny, when people see me on Tucker and they come over to my show and they were like, well, I thought I hated all the lefties and progressives, but you're not. You actually tell the truth. I disagree with your policies, but I like that you're truthful. And I think that's what we have to get to, and we have to be able to join forces on things that we agree with. Just like Bernie worked with Mike Lee on Yemen. Anybody who's anti-war wants to stop war.
Damn it.
Let's work together to stop war. So that was it. That was you can see the same shirt. I like to wear the same. I wear it the next day as a victory. This is like a trophy. Hey everybody, this is the part where I tell you where all our live shows up.
Yeah, good for him. I'm glad Jimmy's going on, on bigger platforms and doing bigger things and getting his voice out there. It pisses me off when people bitch about that kind of shit when when left wingers go on right wing shows. They did it to Tulsi a lot. I think they did it to Nico recently. I think he was on OAN, the One American News Network. I didn't see the interview or whatever, but I guess he was on a panel there. And people were giving him shit on that. And it's like, come on, guys. Like, people are just trying to get their voices out there. It doesn't matter which side of the aisle the platform is on, It's all about just, reaching new people. Maybe even converting them. Which doesn't happen a lot, but it happens sometimes. Sexual preference. We see Kyle's got a vid on Amy Coney Barrett. So do this one. Maybe I'll wrap it up. This is 11:14. Maybe we'll wrap it up after this one.
Had her hearing this week, and Senator Mazie Hirono really posed something to her that went viral, and saw a lot of headlines on this, a lot of articles, and I have strong feelings about it. So the claim is, as you're going to see, hey, in the year 2017, Waffle Coney used the term sexual preference when talking about the LGBTQ community. Well, according to Hirono, that's unacceptable. It's outdated and it's offensive. So let's see their back and forth. And then also, I don't remember where this video came from, but they have, they spliced in a bunch of other people saying the same thing, and surprisingly there was no backlash when these people said it. Take a look.
You use the term sexual preference to describe those in the LGBTQ community. And let me make clear, sexual preference is an offensive and outdated term.
This time bring everybody along, regardless of color, sexual preference.
Based on whatever color, what their sexual preference might be.
By race, by age, by sexual preference.
It doesn't matter what your sexual preference is.
What their sexual preference is.
Never in the course of her military career had anything about her sexual preference had any impact.
Based upon race, color, or preference, or sexual preference.
I don't think that you use the term sexual preference as just, I don't think it was an accident.
Our society has come to respect people, whatever their sexual preference.
This election, all Californians will be able to vote safely from home. Every active registered voter will receive a vote-by-mail ballot with a unique barcode. You can track it using Where's My Ballot, and you'll receive automatic notifications by text, email, or voice call to let you know the status of your ballot once you mail it, drop it off at your polling place, or at a drop box.
Oh yeah, just so you guys know, I fucking totally got my ballot and shit today. Hold on, let me see if I can find this shit. So I got this shit in the mail. I was so tempted to vote for Kanye West. It was just so weird seeing his name on the fucking ballot. Look, it's fucking Kanye right there. Oh, this isn't mine, dude. Hold on. Showed you guys the wrong one. Didn't think I voted for someone that I did not.
Hey, don't be showing them.
Where the hell is mine? But whatever. Fucking Kanye.
Yeah, so I have to say, I'm pretty plugged in. And when I heard what Hirono said, I was like, that's not true at all. I've never heard anybody get upset over the term sexual preference. Like, I get the argument she's trying to make that, okay, if you call it sexual preference, you're implying that there's really a choice. So in other words, somebody could say, you know, oh, you could have just chose to not be gay, but that's really not true. We know that people can't really just, you know, think their way out of it, wish their way out of it, choose their way out of it. So I get, like, the theory as to why she's saying this could be offensive. But I've never heard anybody say that ever. And honestly, I never even thought about it, broke it down in that kind of a way in my mind, because I've heard everybody refer to it as sexual preference. Like, well, yeah, what's your sexual preference? Gay, straight, bi, whatever. Like, what is it? But like, okay, and this gets to a really important point. What you just saw right there is fresh ammunition for the right, where they run with this and they say, who are you with? These insane people or us? Because this is what the left is. The left are the oversensitive word police who take something that's not even offensive and they pretend like it's offensive. Yeah, I've heard so many people, I've used it, other people have used it, sexual preference, yeah. That's not, nobody ever thought about that as offensive. Now, if you want to claim it's offensive, don't be surprised when people are, like, roll their eyes. Because you can't just change it every 2 or 3 years. It's like, now you can't say this, now you can't say this, now you can't say this. There's gonna be a backlash to that, and it's not only gonna be from conservatives. I'm sorry, but that's the truth. It's not just gonna be conservatives. People who aren't conservative are gonna be like, not buying it. At some point, people are going to say not buying it. And you can't get mad at them for that. So this is the kind of stuff that they will weaponize, the right will weaponize against the left. And this is something that's not wrong, because if you're focused on stuff like this, every second spent on something silly like this is time not spent on the fact that Amy Coney Barrett screwed people out of their overtime pay. Did you know that? People were owed overtime, and because of a decision she made, they didn't get their overtime. She sided with management. She sided against the workers. She made them go to arbitration and said, you can't be in court. You got to go to arbitration, private arbitration. And of course, they always side with management in arbitration. When you focus on that, people go, wow, she's a piece of shit. When you chastise her because she said sexual preference in 2017, people are going to go, I said it like last week. So you want to lump me in with the bad people too? Is that what you want to do? Is that what you want to do? So listen, just don't. There's a reason why all those clips of Democrats were saying it in there. To demonstrate, like, nobody ever thought this was offensive 3.5 minutes ago. Nobody ever thought that. It's the constant word policing, obsession with social issues stuff. It really is a giant recruitment for the right. Again, you might say, you might not like that. I don't like that. But it's true. Like, that actually happens. That actually happens. Yes, people should care more about the economic stuff, the substantive stuff, war. But a lot of people get sucked into the culture war and, they lose it. And they end up viewing everything through this prism of like, oh, well, this is what the left is. The left are the word policing petty authoritarians who really believe in nothing. Seriously, that's what people will take away when they watch this. They're focused on stuff like that because they believe in nothing. We could just not be ridiculous. The left could just not be ridiculous. We could just do that. We could focus on what I just said before, how she didn't give people their overtime pay. You could focus on that. But I know. And this is what happened with Kavanaugh, too. See, this is my point, guys. This is the same shit happened with Kavanaugh. Like, 100% of the hearing was on him being a douchey frat bro. And I'm not excusing anything he did. I'm sure he's probably guilty of the things he was accused of doing. For sure, the sexual harassment, whatever it was. But you have to dive into his judicial philosophy since that's the job he's about to do. You have to dive into it. That guy has a litany of terrible decisions. A litany of them. Nobody ever talked about them because they were too busy pressing the offended button, an outrage button. Congratulations. How'd that work out for you? It didn't work. It doesn't work. It never works because people don't like you when you say shit like this. Because that's made up. It's made up. Sexual preference is offensive. You just made that up. Or you heard that from somebody who made that up. Or they heard it from somebody who made that up. Like, you can't. This happens all the time. It's just like, well, I've now decreed that this is offensive. By the way, a final point. No pun intended here, using this term, but that is not a trump card. When you say, I'm offended, or it's offensive language, that's not a trump card. So in other words, you don't get to say that and then just decree that nobody can respond or disagree with it. Now, Amy Coney Barrett, actually, she said, oh, okay, I didn't know that was offensive. Well, I apologize for saying such a thing. My intent was not to offend the LGBTQ community. But just so you know, she's like, so in other words, she's being like nice about it, probably recognizing it's going to score her points and not Hirono. But just so people understand, it's not the end of it if you just declare it. Like, people will and do respond and think about it and disagree. And for some reason, a lot of people think like, no, if I just say that, like, then the conversation's over. If I just say I'm offended by it, then that's it. And people will stop. Or not. Because sometimes you go a little too far in the language policing. Sometimes it goes a little too far, and people are like, this is ridiculous. So anyway, listen, I don't want to stress this too much. Amy Coney Barrett should not be on the court. But the reason she shouldn't be on the court is because her judicial philosophy and her record is abysmal. And it would screw working people. It would screw minority communities as well. But the fact that she said sexual preference is not a problem. And when you portray it as such, you just give the right ammo to make you look ridiculous, because that is ridiculous.
Joan, your internet service is
So I got a lot to say there. I don't know. I don't got that much to say. I agree with pretty much everything you said. I don't see why anyone would trip on the difference between saying like sexual preferences or whatever. I mean, I kind of get it because you're implying that there's a choice, but I mean, it's not really that big a deal. Even it doesn't matter whether you're gay or straight. There's a little bit of a preference there. You know, there's a little bit of a choice. You know, I think it's largely just genetic and hereditary. You know, and based on hormones and shit. But at the end of the day, yeah, I mean, it's kind of a preference. You know, I prefer big old titties and vagina to dick, a whole bunch. So it's not, you know,
horribly
getting caught up in semantics and shit. And there's so many other things you can get on Amy Coney about. So to stick to that, it's like, what are you doing?
slow. It's time to make a change. Yes, mate.
Oh yeah, I think Anthony sent another vid. Excuse me. Shit, you're a live streamer now? No wonder you haven't been in the elbow track. Yeah, I guess you call me a live streamer. I'm live streaming. It's kind of more of a hobby thing. But we have welcome Scuffed. Shit, bro. It's the first time I seen your ass in here, you stanky bastard. Give you the power of the gods real quick. But yeah, I still go to Yo Bro's chat, Scuff, sometimes. I tend to lurk more than chat. But every once in a while, I'll say hi.
I could see Wolfgang.
It was good to see you, Scuff.
Finance minister. He was looking at me with, eyes.
So this is Anthony's vid right here.
That felt like laser beams. And he gets the floor and he said, one sentence, which is the one that I'm going to leave you with. Elections cannot be allowed to change economic policy.
Sorry.
Got it? My response was, this is excellent news to the Chinese Communist Party because they believe that too. And I then came up with a proposal. This is why they hated me. I was very moderate. I said, in that case, Wolfgang, let's ban elections in bankrupt countries. Let's come out and declare that in the European Union, you can only have democracy if you're a creditor country. If you're a debtor country, no democracy, elections cannot be allowed.
You can't see Scuffed, Anthony? That's weird because I can't see him on my phone. I can only see him on my PC for some reason. So yeah, Scuffed, if you're in the chat, man, leave another comment or something because I think your shit's getting censored or whatever. Yo, bro. Prop said Yo, bro gave your channel a shout out. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, he does that sometimes. Appreciate that. Yeah, I see Scuff's comment on my phone now, but it didn't show up on my phone, only on my PC. So Anthony linked it.
To change it because we have a loan agreement. We have a debtor's prison. Let's put Greece in the workhouse. I didn't say all of these things, but I did say everything about the Chinese Communist Party.
And I quote from his preface, I've always believed that if you're not able to explain the economy in a language which young people can understand, then you're clueless yourself. This from its author, Yanis Varoufakis, a man not only known not to mince his words, but one who in fact wrote the book in Greek in 9 days. I'm Mary Stack, the director of Cambridge Forum, and tonight to assist us in navigating the murky waters of capitalism, and to quote Yanis, come to terms with the beast that dominates our lives, we are privileged to have the best of teachers, a philosopher and international economist, Yanis Varoufakis.
And I'm very much looking forward to the conversation that we're going to have. but I've been asked to give a presentation, so I will, because sometimes I like to do as I'm told, not very often. The title that has been advertised, and some of you saw it outside and walked in, so I might as well honor the title, is a question. Is capitalism devouring democracy? Allow me to begin with a slightly different question. Have you noticed how in the last few decades the quality of politicians has tumbled?
See now, damn, I was censored again. I have the CIA
not just
on
in
my
this country,
ass.
everywhere.
Yeah, I don't know what it is,
I
Scuff.
became a politician in 2015. No, but
I can see you now, dude.
There is a marked diminution in the rhetoric, in the capacity of politicians to inspire, and indeed in the power that they have. Now, I don't believe that this is due to a degeneration of the DNA of humanity or of those who are interested in politics. What we have been observing is the shrinking of what I shall refer to as the political sphere. There used to be a time, before capitalism, when there was one sphere, the sphere of power. It was impossible to separate economic power from political power. The king had both. He had military power. Military power produced political power, and political power and economic power were one and the same thing. There is no great mystery, really, as to why there was no economics 150 years ago. Think about Harvard University did not have an economics department in the 19th century. Why? Because there was no need for it before capitalism came of age. Before capitalism, the political and the economic sphere were one. It was only with the enclosures in Britain that you had a remarkable transformation of society, that great transformation. So the shifting from feudalism to capitalism. Effectively, the peasants were evicted from the land, replaced by sheep, because of the international trade routes that were creating an international market for wool, and some commodities like wool, like steel, like spices and so on, were emerging as international commodities with prices that were determined at the level of the international trade route system. And all the other commodities, goods, were effectively sidelined. So the lord of the land in Yorkshire or in Manchester had absolutely no incentive to retain those peasants planting idiotic little, vegetables, when they could just chuck them out of the land, replace them with fat sheep, whose wool suddenly had an international exchange value. But the enclosures created the working class. It created the commodification of labor. Up until then, people worked very hard, but they didn't sell their labor. We had a very interesting reversal of the timing of economic production and distribution. Under feudalism, we had work, production first. People actually toiled, they worked the land, and they produced the harvest. Production came first. Then came distribution. The lord of the land, or the manor or whatever, would send the sheriff in and take his cut from the harvest. How much he would take and how much he would leave behind was a political issue. It had to do with military power. It had to do even with the benevolence of the Lord. It had to do with the extent to which the Lord needed to keep the peasants on side in case.
So you said, Scuffed, you said democracy is returning to Bolivia. Let me see. So I know they tried a coup a few times in Bolivia on that election. I thought they ended up I don't think they ended up backing down. I know some crazy ass Christian bitch was trying to declare herself president and shit. That was the last thing I heard on Bolivia.
Case another lord tried to usurp his property rights on the land. It was a political, diplomatic, ethical, religious, economic process that determined distribution after production. And then finally, the surplus that the lord amassed was sold in nearby markets, and that created a financial surplus for the lord, which then he...
Oh, they had elections, and what's the name? Evo Morales, right? Evo Morales. He's the one who won by 53. I'm like just remembering his name. Okay.
And out. So we had production, distribution, and then finally finance. But with the enclosures and the eviction of the peasantry, we had the exact opposite. Because suddenly, the last thing that lords wanted to do is to work or to be entrepreneurial. So the replacement of the peasants with the sheep meant that suddenly every acre of land had an economic value, an exchange value, a price that did not exist. That was not the case before. Why did it acquire this price? Because you knew how many sheep you could graze on an acre. You know how much, more or less, wool you would produce. International markets were providing the equilibrium price of the wool, so you knew how much exchange value, money, you could gather per acre of your land. And of course, then, once that price was established, that exchange value per acre was established, suddenly land became a commodity, to be rented out, to be sold, to be purchased. There was no real estate market before that. Land was either you inherited land, in which case you had it, and if you never inherited land, you never got it. And the only way of effectively getting land that you didn't have was through war, through conquest, or if the king decided to grant you a plot of land. There was no such thing as a market for land, and there was no such thing as a market of labor. The enclosures, the eviction of the peasants created land as a commodity, and of course labor as a commodity, because the evicted peasants, effectively, they were roaming around the country, knocking on doors saying, I will do anything for work, for a piece of bread. That's the first labor market. That had never happened before in the history of humanity. People with nothing selling their labor time. That's the beginning of capitalism. But with this, you have the separation of the economic from the political sphere for the first time in our history as a species. Because suddenly you had merchants who acquired huge power through the accumulation of financial surpluses. Because the internationalization of those trade routes, the emergence of these few commodities as international commodities that bestowed substantial financial surplus upon those who handled them, whether they were the merchants, the ship owners, or the lords of the land, whose land now was used in order to cultivate, in inverted commas, wool. For the first time, you had this separation. You had lords whose political...
Spaced out there. So, Evo fled the country? Damn, dude, I missed out on a lot. Said the party won, not him. Said Evo will be able to return to Bolivia, but Luis Arce is the new president. Okay, yeah, I didn't even know who that guy was. So Arce was an economic advisor to Evo's administration. That's good news. Okay. Well, yeah, it's better than nothing, man. It's better than that crazy Christian bitch running the country, because I was pretty sure she was just another American puppet. So that's real good news.
Power and social power was now becoming increasingly disproportional to their economic power. You had those, dirty merchants, as they consider them, the riffraff, the ugly, dirty merchants, acquiring huge quantities of economic power that had nothing to do with their social status. They were not allowed in the palace. They were not allowed in parliament. They were not allowed in the gentlemen's clubs in London. And suddenly they had a lot more economic power than the lords. So the economic and the political sphere separated. And with industrialization, you throw into this mix James Watt's great invention, the steam engine, and this process just goes berserk. And you have globalization, which Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels in the Manifesto described in the most poetic language when they say that capital must nestle everywhere, it must settle everywhere, it must enter into relations everywhere. So And it was interesting because when Marx and Engels were writing that, it hadn't happened yet. But they foresaw the process that we live in, globalization. And with globalization now, we have, well, with this process of globalization, you have the establishment of these completely separate two spheres. Now, interestingly, in the 19th century, you will recall this. Well, you live in a very historic town. Liberalism was a philosophy, a political philosophy, at odds with democracy. To be a liberal, a genuine liberal, you must have been very skeptical about democracy, if not completely and utterly anti-democratic. The whole point about liberalism was how to preserve the right to track, barter, and exchange, in Adam Smith's famous expression, which was a right that many of the liberals, including John Stuart Mill, a very liberal person, very progressive person for his age, he considered the idea of democracy. What is democracy? It's the rule of the many, to be a great impediment, if not a great threat, to liberalism. So this, when we talk about liberal democracy today, we're talking about something that in the 19th century was a contradiction in terms. To be a liberal meant that you did not believe in democracy. Yeah? Now, what was it that brought about a change, a transformation? Suddenly, liberals started embracing the idea of democracy. It was economic crisis, financial and economic crisis, beginning especially in this country, but also in Europe in the 1840s. Because the moment capitalism started turbocharging itself, with the creation of what I will describe as networked companies, with the advances in electromagnetism, with, electric engines, the telegraph, all the communication technology, electricity grids. When electricity comes into production, and we move beyond steam, that's the second industrial revolution. When Edison created his empire, he created a networked company. Remember, from the electric bulb to the power generating station, to the grid, everything was part of this. We talk about Google now and Apple as being mega companies. Well, the mega company was invented with the second industrial revolution. But think about it, to set up a company like Edison's, or later Henry Ford's, and so on, you needed a lot of financing. You needed a lot of money. So suddenly, the new reversed order becomes very significant, because now, ever since the peasants were thrown out of the land, ever since the enclosures in Britain, the Lord rented out, or leased out, an acre or a few acres to an ex-peasant and said, okay, I will charge you rent, you raise the sheep here, and you keep the difference, the residual payments. So once you pay for the land, me, once you pay the workers, the ones that have been expelled and now are working for a piece of bread, subsistence wages, once you pay for the sheep, for the shearing scissors, whatever it is that you're using, your capital equipment, what you keep in the end is yours, is your profit. So suddenly these proto-entrepreneurs were forced, they didn't choose to do it, they were forced to become entrepreneurs. But how do you become an entrepreneur? First, you borrow. And usually you borrow it from the landlord. The landlord lends you the money to pay him rent, with interest. So you see the reversal? Instead of finance coming at the end, we used to have production, then exchange or distribution, and then finally finance. Now we have finance first. First, at the beginning there was the loan. Once the loan comes in, you hire the workers, you pay the rent, immediately you have distribution. So you have finance first, distribution second. The last thing that happens is production. So finance suddenly acquires a very special place in capitalism. Now, the beauty and ugliness of finance, of banking, is that it is a magical process. Because once we move from the landlord to Edison and Henry Ford, it is impossible to finance capitalism simply by the accumulated wealth of some rich person like the Lord. There was never enough money in the hands of any financier to provide Edison with the capital, with the money he needed in order to set up his networked firm. So you needed banks to conjure up money from nothing. And this is how finance has been working ever since the Second Industrial Revolution. How? By creating money from thin air. There is a common fallacy in the popular.
That's crazy. So basically he's saying after mercantilism, people started to have to take out debts and shit just to make a profit on any of their business endeavors. That's kind of just been the mode of operation for capitalism since then. Which is, it's an interesting little evolution there. But now we've got like all these banks and shit just printing money out of, you know, thin air just to keep up with these demands. Which, you know, which probably isn't good. So I'll just let him continue on that.
Culture that we live in, that banks operate like vaults, whereby you and I put our savings in, and somebody else goes to the bank and borrows money that comes from our savings, and that the banker makes a profit as a result of the difference between the interest rate that he pays us for depositing our money into his vault and the interest rate that he charges the person that has borrowed money in order to invest in a shop, in a factory, whatever. That is not what is going on. If you go to the bank tomorrow morning and you get a loan from the bank, the money is going to come out of thin air. The bank will create it out of nothing. It's really very simple. You get $100,000 to buy a house, to buy whatever, you know, to invest in a business. What will happen is somebody's going to type 100,000, 100,000 into your bank account. So it's conjured up. The ancient Greeks had a word for money, nomisma, or coin, which comes from the verb nomizo, which means to imagine. So Aristotle defined the value of money as a common fiction since the ancient times. This is exactly what it is. So the banker simply types the money in there. You put your card in the ATM, and suddenly you have 100,000. Huh? Somebody typed 100,000 on the system. And then what you can do is you can use web banking. You can wire the money. If you buy a car or a house, it goes to the bank account of the vendor. If you invest in a shop, it goes to the landlord, to another bank account, with the same banking system. It doesn't matter whether it's the same bank or not. So these digits that were typed into your account simply are transferred to another account. That's all that happens. Now, the hope of the banker is that you are going to use this money productively, you're going to earn money from that, and then you will give the banker the money that will effectively tie up that loose end with interest. Now, to the extent that this works, and it really works magnificently, in my book I relate this in the form of a metaphor, a science fiction metaphor. It's a bit like a banker being the specially gifted magician who has a very long arm and can push his arm, it's usually a he, so allow me not to say she or he, right? Through the timeline. He pushes his hand into the future, grabs value that has not been created yet, brings it, snatches it from the future, brings it into the present, and gives it to you. Hopefully, you do productive things, and you create the value that will repay the future. This is my preferred metaphor for what bankers do. But once they learn the beauty and the glory of doing this, and they are privileged, in a privileged spot, because they can take value from the future, bring it to the present. They don't do any work themselves. And because they are the mediators between future and present value, they're ultra-rich, and not only ultra-rich, but central in societal processes, political processes. Yeah? So if you do this and it works, Why not do more of it? Keep snatching more value from the future and bringing it to the present, and more and more. At some point, the present can no longer produce the value that it needs to produce in order to repay the present. And at that point, suddenly, those of us who have borrowed money, or some of us, have no capacity to repay it. A recession begins. People that work for us lose their jobs. They cannot repay their own loans, and then suddenly, the book of the bank is full of loans that are non-performing. At that point, if you and I, or those of us who have some money in the bank, realize that this is happening, we panic, we rush to the bank, this is a bank run, we ask for the cash is not there. And then you have the financial crisis that we had in this country and in Europe from the 1840s onwards. Now, to a very large extent, the United States of America, the way you understand your own country now, is the product of the political response to a sequence of financial crises beginning from the 1840s. Even the creation of the Federal Reserve in the beginning of the 20th century was a result of J.P. Morgan saying, I've had enough of bailing out my mates. Let's create a Federal Reserve that is going to be doing the job. And of course, he created it. And it was all stitched up amongst the bankers. Think of all the great institutions of this country, like Social Security, food stamps. They're the result of 1929. It's what brought this nation together, what created the United States of America the way you understand it. It's a sequence of financial collapses that puts together nations and polities and democratic processes. So let me go back to the beginning. We used to have one sphere of power. It was political, economic, cultural, military. Power had many different facets, but it was one sphere in which it emerged from. Then it separated into two spheres, the political sphere and the economic sphere. And as it did, the political sphere was increasingly democratized. Why? Because all the important decisions were moving to the economic sphere. So legitimacy, political legitimacy, and the capacity of the regime, of the system that we live in, to maintain itself and to be sustainable through the common belief amongst the people that this is a legitimate system, was based on democratization, of giving people the idea that they had control over their communities, the nation, their politics. But this democratization was only accepted by the proponents of liberalism to the extent that all the important decisions were migrating from the political sphere as the political sphere was democratized. Women understand that. It's like, the feminization of certain professions. When women moved into teaching, teaching lost its power. When they moved into health, in Greece now, a majority of judges are women. And you should see the judicial system collapsing. So it's a very, very similar process that we see. Power is migrating from the economic sphere to the political sphere, and the political sphere is democratized increasingly. Now, something fundamental happened beginning in this country in the 1970s. After the end of Bretton Woods, which was what? What was Bretton Woods? Let's not get complicated. It was the globalization of the New Deal. Roosevelt's New Deal in 1933, which was, what was the basic idea? To put the financial genie, the banking genie, back into its bottle, to make banking boring, effectively to ban bankers from doing things that allowed too much money to be created and too many bubbles to be built up, mobilizing idle savings, the idle savings of the richer members of society, and putting those idle savings, turning them into a force in the public interest, infrastructural works, public works, education, social security, and so on. That was the New Deal. In 1944, towards the end of the war, the New Dealers extended that New Deal internationally, as Europe was just a pile of ashes. Japan, you don't need me to explain what happened to Japan in 1945. So Bretton Woods, it was a magnificent system. Think about it. The United States officialdom in DC effectively designed a global capitalist system that was like a planned economy. You have fixed exchange rates, 4% interest rates forever, 20 years of 4% interest rates, no ups and downs. It was maybe plus or minus 0.1%. So you knew what your mortgage rate would be in the next 20 years. You knew if you wanted to change dollars for British pounds, you knew how many pounds you would get. You would get the same quantity year in, year out. So it was a world which was a nightmare for financiers. And of course, that was by design. Did you know that in the Bretton Woods Conference in New Hampshire in 1944, Roosevelt imposed one single rule on his own. The rest he left to his minions. There were representatives from 100 different countries. Most of them already, they were not even liberated yet. They were under occupation because it was 1944. The Second World War had not ended. Experts, diplomats, politicians, and so on. One species of humanity was banned from entering the Washington Hotel. Bankers. A whole monetary global system was created on condition that bankers would not be part of it. Yeah? Interesting. Yeah, if anybody proposed this today, they would immediately be branded as raving communist lunatics. This was Bretton Woods, 1944. You know, it's important to think back about possibilities when we think of what is possible. Well, what happened in 1944 in Bretton Woods in 1930, 1931 in this country would have been completely pie in the sky. So anyway, but that system collapsed towards the end of the 1960s, officially 15th of August 1971, with Nixon's announcement that it's kaput, it's finished. I'm not going to go into this, but what happened after that was a very interesting, fascinating reversal in the flow of trade and money around the world. Before the collapse of Bretton Woods, what was happening was this. This is how Bretton Woods was designed. America was a surplus country. The country with surpluses, with profits, especially after the Second World War, was the only creditor country. The only country that had surpluses, financial surpluses, surpluses of goods, a net exporter. And what the United States administration did as part of Bretton Woods was to say, okay, the only way of preventing a return of the Great Depression to this land by 1949, they were very worried about 1949 because it was 1929 plus 20. The only way of preventing it is to make sure that, okay, number one, we convert all the factories from military production to civilian production, producing white goods instead of tanks and bullets, producing cars instead of aircraft carriers. Right, but that's not enough, because those factories during the war economy were so productive in this country that they were capable of producing so many washing machines, tractors, and cars that Americans would simply not have enough use for them. So the only way of preventing the Great Depression from returning was by selling them to the Europeans. But the Europeans didn't have money. So New Dealers, being very practical people, said, we'll give them the money. It's what's called the Marshall Aid Plan. Surplus recycling. For 20 years, United States was recycling about 70% of American profits in Japan and in Europe, because this is what you do if you're a clever hegemon. What you do is you make sure that the only way that you can continue to have surpluses vis-a-vis somebody else is to finance them. Because if you don't, then they won't be able to afford to buy your stuff. Then you won't be able to have surpluses. The problem was, however, that those surpluses disappeared by the late 60s. America shifted from a surplus position to a deficit position. Both the government went in deficit and the American economy developed a trade deficit. It is fascinating that what happened after the collapse of Bretton Woods had been imagined by some smart fellows in this country. Remember Henry Kissinger? Yeah. Exactly my feelings. But he's a smart cookie, right? And in 1970, a year before the end of Bretton Woods, he was not yet Secretary of State. He was still head of the National Security Council. And of course, he's a cold warrior, geopolitical thinker. He thinks in terms of, a bit like Metternich would have in the 19th century. He comes from the same part of the world, has the same accent. So he asked all the people that were working for him that pertinent question. Now that the United States is shifting into a deficit position, we used to be a surplus, now we're going to become a deficit country. How can we maintain our global hegemony? Because it has never happened in the past. All empires, superpowers, fell once they became deficit countries or economic blocs. So he was worried about that. He didn't give a damn about economics, but he cared about power. A young man wrote a memo, 3/4 of a page, in reply. It was the most brilliant reply, and the one that really explains what happened between the 1970s and 2008 in the world, and of course in the United States. His answer was, it doesn't really matter whose surpluses are being recycled. What really matters to maintain in control is to be the one who is recycling other people's surpluses. Get it? We can maintain our superpower status, our hegemony, as long as we do the recycling of surpluses, even if the surpluses are not ours. Think about it. This is exactly the model that we have been living through between the 1970s and 2008. America turned into a deficit country. And now Donald Trump is complaining, we have a huge trade deficit with China, with Germany, we need to eliminate it. Either he's completely unschooled, or he's lying, or both. I added a third option. Because, look, the globalization would not have happened without the American deficits. The American trade deficit operated like a gigantic vacuum cleaner that was sucking into this country the net exports of Germany, of Holland, of France, of Japan, and later, of course, of China. Keeping those factories going at full blast. And this deficit kept increasing. It is this increasing American trade deficit that kept globalized capitalism in rude health. Now, of course, the question then is, how was it being paid for? Because Greece had a big deficit, and look at what happened to us. Well, this is the exorbitant privilege of the United States of America. At the very same time that the trade deficit was expanding, the rest of the world was sending to this country 70% of all profits the Germans made, the Dutch made, the Japanese made, and the Chinese are making. 70% of global profits were coming into Wall Street, seeking higher returns, being used to purchase US Treasury bills, American government debt. And so you had a pure recycling loop. So recycling was discovered by this young man, whose name, by the way, is Paul Volcker, who then became the chairman of the Fed. And who, just a week before he assumed the position of chairman of the Fed, in a lecture he gave at the University of Warwick in England, he said, this is the time when a controlled disintegration of the world economy is in the interest of the United States of America. Verbatim. I've learned this off by heart because it's so exciting. The controlled disintegration of the world economy. So that's what he meant. So you had this amazing system where you have increasing imbalances globally. America growing its deficits. Germany and Japan and then China growing its surpluses. When we increase our deficit, we are creating an imbalance. When somebody else is increasing their surplus, that's an imbalance. And globalization was based on this. Financialization. What's financialization? Why was Wall Street allowed to go crazy? Why were all the checks and balances that the new dealers introduced and Bretton Woods introduced, why did they go to the dogs? Why did Larry Summers, I believe he's got some connection with this place, why was he allowed to commit a crime against logic and humanity? To unleash the Wall Street bankers from their shackles, the result being 2008. The answer is because without unleashing the Wall Street bankers, it was impossible to close that loop. The only way you could have this model of the world economy where the United States deficit was keeping the rest of globalization going, with the rest of the world sending its surpluses into Wall Street, for Wall Street to close the loop and pay for the deficit, was to let the Wall Street bankers do as they pleased. And when you do let the Wall Street bankers do as they please, you know what they do? You give a banker a few billion every day for 5 minutes. Just park 5 billion with a banker for 5 minutes every day. This is to invite them to create very sophisticated bets using that 5 billion every day that they are always going to win. If I were to give you 5 billion every day for 5 minutes, you will work out ways of making a load of money, and exponentially increasing load of money. Anyway, the problem is that they built so many pyramids of financialized derivatives on top of this tsunami of capital that the rest of the world was saying, that it combusted in 2008, and the result was what we're facing. So the point I'm making is that first you had the joint sphere of power, then that bisected into the political and the economic sphere. Then after the 1970s, the end of Bretton Woods, the economic sphere also divided and multiplied between the industrial sphere and the financial sphere. And all power ended up with finance. Because if you allow bankers to push their hand into the future so majestically, frequently, and without any kind of control, to bring value that has not been produced yet into the future and effectively to appropriate it themselves. And then you also say to them that they're too big to fail, and when they fail, then austerity for all is combined with socialism for the bankers. Then they have no reason why not to keep undermining capitalism again and again and again. So remember the question with which I started. Why do politicians seem to be so much less talented today than they were, 40 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago? Well, the answer is because the political sphere is completely powerless. The spheres that now have acquired power are the economic sphere and, magnificently, the financial sphere. So if you're a young, talented person who wants to change the world, who wants to do things, who's not very...
That's a good point. He said the political sphere has no power. Just all in the banks and the corporations' hands. Which makes sense, is what I see when I look around. So yeah, this guy's pretty cool, man. Yanis Varoufakis. Yeah, I never heard of him before. Whoops.
Ideological or historically minded. Who wants power? What do you want to be, President of the United States or CEO of Goldman Sachs? CEO of Goldman Sachs. I remember the one longish conversation I had with Barack Obama when I was the finance minister of Greece. The first thing he said to me was, I feel solidarity for the Greek people and we're behind you, but there's not much I can do to help.
Oh man, I was hoping he was going to do that in Obama's accent.
Then he immediately, without me saying anything,
I feel sorry for the Greek
into
people.
a soliloquy, justifying himself by saying, when I got elected, I realized there was nothing I could do because Wall Street had just imploded and I had to save them. And that was, he said, political poison for me. Now, I don't know whether he believed it or not. And I can't see how he can explain the fact that he appointed Larry Summers to sort out the mess. Unless, of course, you adopt the cynical view that it takes a murderer to work out how the criminal justice system should be reformed. So this is effectively the point I'm making. So is capitalism consistent or sustainable within a democratic polity? Can it coexist with democracy? Absolutely not. Because capitalism is generating this shift of power away from the political sphere. And even if you have fantastically scripted constitutions, beautiful congresses with wonderful procedures and so on, power is going to shift away from those processes. They're going to become fig leaves for a system where power lives somewhere else. In my first meeting of finance ministers in Europe, I was exposed to this harsh reality, which I always knew, but it's one thing to know it as a radical lefty that, that theorizes and puts forward various working hypotheses in an academic environment. It's quite another to be told straight in your face. That was the beauty of those few months I spent in government, was exactly that. I didn't have to theorize anymore. I went to my first meeting of the Eurogroup. The Eurogroup is the meeting of the European Union finance ministers of the countries that share the same currency, the euro. So I walked in there and I tried to be as moderate and as sensible and as friendly as anyone who comes from a country that is bankrupt and whose new government has a title, or the party that won, coalition of the radical left. Yeah? So there I was, the Minister of Finance representing the coalition of the radical left in that cesspool of conservatism, and I tried to be, all I said was that we are facing a challenge, colleagues, I said. There is the principle, I said, of continuity in democracies, in liberal democracies. In other words, we're not going to start at year zero just because we were just elected. We have obligations to you that previous governments, Greek governments, have assumed, and which, of course, we were against, our party was against, but nevertheless, our state, because of the principle of continuity, still has these obligations to you, and therefore I cannot dismiss them. I have to take them seriously. I am obliged by the principle of continuity. At the same time, there is another principle, the principle of democracy. I could see that they didn't like that very much. And the principle of democracy is very simple. I have a mandate from the people of Greece to challenge all these obligations that we have, this particular fiscal and monetary policy that you've been imposing upon my country, which led to a Great Depression, which led me to be here, because if we didn't have a Great Depression, the Greeks were not stupid enough to vote for me. I mean, they didn't just become left-wingers. Our party went from 4% to 40% in 2.5 years because of the Great Depression. I didn't put it in those very words, but you can imagine. But more or less, this was my... I was trying to be extremely open to them and moderate and conciliatory with Wolfgang Schäuble, the finance minister of Germany. Okay. And I said, well, what happens in a democracy when two principles clash? The principle of continuity and the principle of democracy. Well, we sit around the table like civilized people and we find a compromise. This is what democracies do. Liberal democracies, yes? I sit down. The French minister loved what I said. Of course, just complete hot air. Yes. I could see Wolfgang Schäuble, the German finance minister. He was looking at me with, eyes that felt like laser beams. And he gets the floor and he said, one sentence, which is the one that I'm going to leave you with. Elections cannot be allowed to change economic policy. Got it? My response was, this is excellent news to the Chinese Communist Party because they believe that too. And I then came up with a proposal. This is why they hated me. I was very moderate and said, in that case, Wolfgang, let's ban elections in bankrupt countries. Let's come out and declare that in the European Union, you can only have democracy if you're a creditor country. If you're a debtor country, no democracy, elections cannot be allowed to change anything. Because we have a loan agreement. Yeah? We have a debtor's prison. Let's put Greece in the workhouse. I didn't say all these things, but I did say the thing about the Chinese Communist Party. And also the proposal that we suspend elections while a country is in the red, in the European Union. That would be more honest. So the reason why I'm mentioning this is that Schäuble was right. In the capitalist, the globalized, financialized capitalism that we have created, elections cannot be allowed to change economic policy. Because economic policy simply springs out of the processes that I described that leave absolutely no room for anything beyond a semblance of a democratic process that legitimizes the lack of democracy. We live in pure, ironclad oligarchies which require, for legitimation purposes and for their reproduction, that we think that we live in democracies. Now, the tragedy is that capitalism is being overthrown. Not by the left. We are useless. Progressives, left-wingers, are a catastrophe. Huh? Has anybody seen The Life of Brian, Monty Python's movie? Remember the opening scene when they all hate each other? The Jews that are the Jews of the Liberation Front of Judea, again, whose worst enemy is the Liberation People's Front of Judea. That's the left. Eh? We are sectarian. We hate each other more than we hate anything else. Yeah. No, but and of course, and when we did overthrow capitalism, we created the Gulag. So we are, we're a disaster. Doesn't mean we shouldn't try again and to do it properly and democratically. But let's face it, capitalism is overthrowing itself with no help from us. And it's doing it in two ways. Firstly, think of 2008. This financialization process that I described imploded under the weight of its own hubris. And the result is a never-ending crisis. Don't believe anybody who tells you that the 2008 crisis ended. It never ended. It is continuing. It is mutating. It's taking different forms. It migrates. It goes to different parts of the world. It takes, for instance, in Germany, it takes the form of negative interest rates that are eating into the pension funds of the average middle-class person, who then turns against the political system and votes for the fascists of the Alternative für Deutschland. They don't have unemployment, but they have this sense of deflation of their hard-earned savings that creates the rise of xenophobia, racism, and the ultra-right. In my country, we have a Nazi party in parliament because we have a Great Depression, because we have an unemployment rate of 30%. And we have no interest rates because nobody is lending to anyone, because everybody's bankrupt. Yeah? In China, you have an investment rate, the proportion of GDP, of national income, that goes into investment is gigantic. It's 48%. 48 cents to every dollar earned in China goes into investment. Now, investment is a good thing, but overinvestment simply means that the Chinese authorities have given up on the West. Because, let's face it, the only reason why you don't have a Great Depression in this country today is because in 2008, which was your version, our version of 1929, two things happened differently to what happened in 1929. One was that the Federal Reserve started printing money as if there is no tomorrow. It didn't happen in 1929. And the second thing was China boosted its investment ratio so high in order to rebalance global capitalism. They did it very well, but it's not sustainable. So Europe is not sustainable, China is not getting sustainable, and the United States today, which is celebrating growth. What growth? You have 2.5% growth. All the things that shouldn't grow, grow. The things that should grow are not growing. You do not have any serious investment in good quality jobs in this country. You have wage stagnation. You have a situation, people say, oh, it's, this idiocy of the Democratic Party that Putin won the election against Hillary Clinton. Come on, wake up. You cannot say to Trump voters that they're idiots and Putin duped them. I mean, you can say that, but then that's it. You lose them forever. And it's also not true. People say to me, well, how do you explain that Trump won? I'm an economist, so I look at numbers. The number that I think is most spectacular in this country is that in 2016, more than half of the families in this country could not afford the cheapest new car, which cost $14,000. Either they didn't have the money, or they didn't have the money and they did not have the credit ratings necessary to borrow $14,000. More than half of the families cannot afford the cheapest car. That's why Trump got elected. Because Obama failed spectacularly to shift the burdens of the crisis of the financial sector onto the 0.1%. So, I've spoken for far too long. Let's end on a positive note. Shall we? Technically, it's really very simple how to solve the problem or how to begin a process. We need a New Deal, except that this must be an international New Deal, exactly as the New Deal was in 1933, but globally. That's not new. Bretton Woods was an international New Deal. So we need a new Bretton Woods. We need progressives in this country, progressives in Europe, to get their act together and start collaborating. Because, you know, the bankers are very good at being internationalists. They love each other and they work very closely together. The fascists are fantastic. You know, Trump loves Le Pen, Orban, the Alternative for Deutschland. They love each other, they cooperate. They have very good... Only we progressives fail to get together and start believing that it is possible to do that which has already been done before. It's not pie-in-the-sky stuff. Now, this in order to ameliorate the effects of the ongoing crisis after 2008. Then, once we stabilize the world, like Bretton Woods stabilized the world after the Second World War, then we can start thinking about post-capitalism. Because we must. Capitalism is overturning itself, not only through its crisis, but also through the technologies that it is creating. 3D printing, artificial intelligence, the internet, will make sure that in a few years there will be no need to have a corporation. Corporations will lack their raison d'etre. The only reason why you have General Motors is economies of scale. Economies of scale are dying because of the new technologies that capitalism is creating. So you are going to have a situation in which we are going to have magnificent productivity, magnificent capacity to produce stuff, but the large majority will not be able to buy any of it. So that will be a crisis of not just the poor and the have-nots, but also the haves. But we must never believe that because there is going to be a crisis of capitalism, because capitalism is going to undermine and overthrow itself, good things will happen. In the 1930s, capitalism imploded and Nazism happened. So we can have one certainty: capitalism cannot maintain itself. Something else, another system of organizing economic and political life is going to follow. And we better make sure that the way in which we choose as a species, as a humanity, that different way of doing things is selected democratically. Because even though democracy takes too long, as Oscar Wilde said, socialism would never happen because it takes too many long evenings. And it's tedious. There's no doubt about that. If you've been to a political meeting, you know how tedious it is. It's the only choice we have. And thankfully, we are creating the technologies that will make these debates both more manageable and more hopeful in terms of the...
Yeah, just really quick, like another reason a lot of these progressive movements don't succeed is just because of just malfeasance and just infiltration from just... you know, government parties and shit like CIA and FBI. They're talking about that on Steve's show today, the Slow News Day. How he was like getting together with some activists, and some dude was like, "Hey, I know where to get bombs and shit." Right, like in the group, supposedly trying to like pass himself as a progressive or liberal or whatever. And they like totally called him out like as a narc, and FBI just trying to get him in trouble. So he's like, yeah, anyone you know claiming to know where the weapons and bombs are in your group, they're probably FBI. So that's another reason, you know, I think a lot of the progressive movements fail. But I mean, and I'm sure a big bulk of it is also just, you know, a poor leadership or, you know, construction or whatever. I think they're getting better at it. I think we're learning slowly but surely through trial and error or whatever.
delivering a future that resembles, as I say in the book, Star Trek and not the Matrix. Thank you.
You said he was talking about Dak. Who I don't think is a Fed. He was talking about Dak. Seriously, that'd be weird. I don't think Dak's a Fed, but I didn't know that was the context. Dakuo. It's fucking weird.
So, Jonas, you're a very interesting combination of idealism and pragmatism. You identified the problem that we have here, which led to somehow Trump being elected. Yet, that terrible income inequality, which has gotten way worse in the last 12 months and looks like it's going to get worse, even more, get worse again, did not produce enough people to elect Bernie Sanders. And I went to his rallies and he said great things. Do you think that this country just can't wrap its head around that word socialist? And that's my question, is does it...
I got a question. Do you think we should keep using the term income and economic inequality? Because I don't think that's really getting to the heart of the issue or even really helping or being productive. I think you should just kind of keep it simple and just refer to it as poverty. Hey, let's eradicate poverty, or let's alleviate poverty. Let's get rid of poverty. Because I know that the inequality, don't get me wrong, the inequality is outrageous and totally disproportional, and it's an issue. But that's not the thing. I don't want to be equal to Jeff Bezos and fucking Bill Gates and shit. I don't care that they have all this, that they have more money than everyone in my state combined, which is California, so that's kind of crazy. What bothers me is that there's people sleeping outside, eating trash and shit, addicted to drugs, can't start families. Those are the things that bother me. I don't care that, I do care, but the main issue, I don't think, is that things are so unequal. That's a problem, and it's definitely something that needs to be addressed. But I'd appreciate it more if we just started just addressing just the poverty on itself. But I don't know. Maybe we can address the poverty without, bringing up the radical inequality, which is absurd. And just amongst other liberals, I don't think it's a big deal. But just when talking the right wing and other people, they hear that shit and they think, oh, they just want socialism, they just want free shit. They want to be rich like Jeff Bezos. And it's I don't know. It's just giving them an easy out and shit. And really the heart of the problem, it's just the rampant suffering and misery.
They have to repackage the thinking.
Well, I used to think that until Bernie Sanders called himself a socialist and won the primary election before it was stolen from him. Bernie Sanders won the election, or he would have won the election if the National Democratic Committee did not do its utmost to perform a coup d'etat against him. And this, I'm stating this as an accusation. The Democratic Party is its own worst enemy.
So given that, this is the substrate that we have to work with, how do we change the thinking if we want the things that party is proposing?
Now I get what you're saying, Anthony. The inequality and the economic, suffering. I guess they're kind of intertwined. They're largely intertwined. Obviously, but I'm just saying when speaking just to the other side about it, they're not going to give a shit. You can't appeal to the right with values like equality. They don't give a shit about equality, not even a little bit. They just value their money, usually their security, They usually value that kind of shit over liberty. So when you approach just the other side about it, like I'm not talking about like when you're talking to other progressives and shit, but when you approach the other side about it, just like the conservatives and right-wingers, they don't give a shit about the inequality aspect of it. No, it's fair to assume they don't give a shit about the poverty either, but you can talk to them about how the poverty kind of affects, all of us, the nation as a whole, and that when you have less people working and more homeless people and more dysfunctional homes, etc., that comes and bites them in the ass, and it ruins their neighborhood, ruins their economic opportunities and shit. When you talk about inequality, they just kind of tune out, That's all I'm saying. When you talk about, you bring up inequality to these guys, they don't give a shit. They just tune out, and it's not really a productive conversation because they're not invested in the inequality. Usually, the conservatives and right wingers, they're already in a position where they don't give a shit. But you can appeal to them on other things, that stem from the poverty that we're getting from all these problems.
How do we get the electorate to change their voting? Why did they vote for Trump? Why?
Well, but firstly, the abstention rate was quite high.
Wait, pause. Wait, pause. Wilson was saying that Gates deserves all his money and he's so smart and he deserves it, the typical bullshit. Like, he was saying that, like, unironically, like, seriously, like, tipping his hat off to Bill Gates. I don't deny that Bill Gates is smart. I don't really think he deserves all that money. I don't think he earned every cent, like, ethically or anything, or that he even needs it, or that he's even been using it in any righteous manner. And I know they all have to give to the bullshit charities or whatever, but that's mostly just for tax shit. But yeah, do I think he's smart? Sure, why not? But no, do I think he's special in any other way? No, I don't think he's like a good leader or that he has good ideas or anything. Does he deserve all that money? Probably not. Probably not.
A lot of good people could simply not bring themselves to vote for Hillary, and they didn't vote at all. And many others. I wasn't here during your election campaign, but I was in Britain before the Brexit referendum, and I believe that there are great similarities between the two. And I remember I was campaigning against Brexit in Britain, in the same way I would have campaigned against Trump here, of course. And I remember asking people who were not racist, who were not xenophobic, who were not right-wing, who were not anti-European, why are you voting for Brexit? And the answer had nothing to do with Europe. The answer was this: if I vote to remain in the European Union, those bastards that have been treating me like a discarded piece of rag, a discarded rag, are going to be very happy. So I'm going to cast my vote in a manner that maximizes the discomfort of those who've been treating me as if I'm not a human. Now, I don't know. You have to tell me whether this is an appropriate comparison to what was going on here. A lot of people who voted for Trump simply wanted to punish the establishment, and they wanted. I think that there is quite a lot of supporting evidence. Of course, there are racists, and there are Nazis, and there are right-wingers, and bigots, and misogynists who voted for Trump. But I don't think that those were the ones who made the difference. The ones who made the difference were the ones who could not afford the car, the ones who had believed in Obama and who voted for Obama in 2008. I'm reading at the data, and there seems to be a very large number of voters who voted for Obama in 2008 and Trump in 2016. Now, that cannot be explained on the basis of racism. It cannot be explained on the basis of misogyny. It is simply, to hell with you. I am not going to vindicate, yet again, a presidential candidate who goes into Wall Street 6 months before the presidential election gives private speeches for hundreds of thousands of dollars, and excuse the language, shits on people like me in front of the bankers, calling me names, and promising to them that they will be allowed to continue doing that which has put us and our country in this position.
So, trying to be optimistic here for a moment. If we were trying to create some kind of apparatus, I mean, in the 50s, Roosevelt did the very thing that they said was impossible. He put 90% tax on corporate America.
So Bill Gates is related to the Rockefellers?
All these great schemes.
I totally heard that. I was watching some documentary or something. Maybe you guys might have kicked it to me, or I might have just found it randomly. But yeah, I heard that he is related to, I think it was the Rockefellers, some high up family, and they're all supposed to be like, what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of like they dabble in that eugenics shit, or maybe I heard Bill Gates' dad was a hardcore eugenicist, something like that. Plandemic. There's a Plandemic 2 now. Yeah, we looked for that Plandemic on one of the streams. We couldn't find it on YouTube. I think they pretty much eradicated it from the face of the net. Well, not the net, but from YouTube. Yep.
Social Security system, Medicare. These things were made possible, but the workers had unions then, quite strong unions. Now that's all been taken away. How are people going to organize and overthrow the system? As you say, I mean, it may implode, but in the interim, people are just surviving on $10 an hour wages, or not surviving.
Nope.
So where is the impetus for revolution?
You do not need punitive tax rates now. You don't need 90%. This was a gimmick anyway. Yeah, I mean, it was more of a political stunt. I don't believe that it is necessary to have such high tax rates. But what you do need is you need to change the discourse in a way that appeals not only to those who would have joined trades unions, but to people who would never have imagined themselves to be radical or even progressive. So let me give you an example. Take NAFTA. There's a lot of discussion in this country now about NAFTA. The liberal establishment says, free trade is everything. The pie is going to shrink if you do away with it. But some people in the Rust Belt say, well, that's your pie, that's not my pie. My pie has disappeared a long time ago. So if I can manage to hold on to a few, steel workers' jobs by means of tariffs, let's do it, because it's better than all of us being thrown into the dustbin. Why not change the narrative and to say, yes, we want to renegotiate NAFTA along the following lines. If Mexico wants to continue to have, or Mexican capitalists want to continue to have free access to the American market, Mexico is going to have to introduce a minimum wage in Mexico that provides a living wage by Mexican standards, not by American standards, to the workers who work in the factories that produce the stuff that are then transported over to the United States. Now, that is a progressive renegotiation of NAFTA. Not tariffs, but minimum living wages in the poorer countries. Okay, so that way...
Not building a wall.
Of course not building a wall. But then you wouldn't need to build the wall.
Of course you wouldn't, yeah? No.
So that is one example. Take, for instance, the question about the health service here, the health system. Well, you don't have a health system, the absence of a health system. Obamacare was a complete disaster. Obamacare is an affront against logic. The idea of universal cover is absolutely essential. But also the idea that the state is going to be subsidizing private companies to provide public health without any controls regarding the prices of the services and the pharmaceuticals is a catastrophe. It's like effectively subsidizing the private insurers. This is why, of course, they contributed massively to Obama's campaign. Without the so-called public option. It's ludicrous. So how about the following argument about having a proper national health service, a public health service system in the United States, so that we can introduce tax cuts. Think about that. That would really throw the Republicans, wouldn't it? Because your health system is the most expensive in the world. You pay twice as much on health than the rest of the world, and you have far worse outcomes. So imagine that you created a proper public system. You'd save a huge amount of money, public money, and then you could give them away as tax cuts. But why not also say that those?
Yeah. So yeah, I like what Scuffed said here. The labor of peoples creates the profits. The workers should have control over that profit. Profits are created collectively but allocated privately to an individual capitalist like Bill Gates. And yeah, and that pretty much gets to the heart of what Yanis is more or less getting at. That and the fact that our politicians are completely bought, more or less powerless. But yeah, Gates, he was just kind of groomed, I think, for success. And he was born into money. So Bill Gates was always going to be rich. He probably wasn't always going to be famous. I think he had to work a little bit to do that. But, Bill Gates was always going to be all right.
Tax cuts will go to the lowest wage earners, not to the top. So that's how you change the debate. You get out of the way of the stereotype that the Republicans are trying to create for you. And you subvert the dominant way of thinking.
So I would like to hold the question, but I don't think it's fair, because I'm sure there are lots of good questions that are going to come from the audience. So I'm going to open up the questions, and if you could confine it to one, I would be appreciative.
Maybe 1.5. I thought for a minute your talk was going to be almost entirely about Harvard. Marshall, who announced it at Harvard commencement, Kissinger, and then Larry Summers. I have this idea that maybe Obama was put in the White House to bail out Harvard, whose endowment went from losing $11 billion to regaining it. I think many people in this country are still not convinced that Obama did have a choice. Now, you said, I believe that he did, but can you be a little more specific about, and you sort of writ large, you talk about a New Deal. Could you be more specific about what a person in the White House could have done, what it would have looked like that would have been more like bailing out Wall Street, more like bailing out Main Street than bailing out Wall Street? And can you explain why the social democratic politics of building a politics where we control the government and regulate capitalism is not the way to go, but some other alternative politics is what you're implying, but you haven't really, I don't think, spelled out.
Okay, I'll start from the second part. Look, the New Deal that I am suggesting as a first step is social democratic, but in the good old-fashioned sense of it. So you need social democratic measures, to stabilize the political economy before we can have a genuine conversation about what comes next, the more radical part. Creating, for instance, changing corporate law. And the corporate law is a political value judgment. So when some corporation goes bust, who gets paid first amongst the creditors is a political decision. So why not change it? Why have the bankers get paid first and the workers last? Why allow people to own shares in a company in which they don't work? This is very, very radical, I know. But imagine having a situation where you can only have shares in a company in which you actually provide labor. Now, then you have socialism, but without state control. So, that's the part of the second question. But let's go back to Obama. Did he have a choice? Of course he had a choice. He could have appointed as instead of appointing Clinton.
Yeah, Anthony, I have no idea why you can't drop the link. You should be able to drop it here. Is it that's weird.
Either and Larry Summers, he could have appointed Elizabeth Warren with a mandate to save the banks, but to...
Said Elon comes from emerald mine apartheid money. Damn, dude. I know all that. That's dark. Maybe we'll watch a video on Elon one of these days. We're do an episode on him. Vicious E versus Elon Musk.
Play the bankers, which is not a new idea. In 1992, the Swedish banks, actually all the Scandinavian banks, went bust. And what the government did then was to say to the bankers again,
they won't let you drop any links that aren't YouTube.
Out. They took over the banks, they nationalized them, put in a new board of directors, and within 2 years they had sold them back to the private sector, but cleansed. The original bankers had gone. Okay? With new regulations. He didn't do that. He left, Jamie Dimon, the Goldman Sachs intact, all the structures of power. In 2009, when he moved into the White House for about 6 to 8 months, I grant you, not more than that. He had a window of opportunity, he had the whole nation behind him. He could have done that, even Republicans would have, even libertarians would have approved of expropriating the bankers. He didn't. Instead, he allowed Larry and Tim to create a so-called Summers-Geithner plan. If you haven't studied that, go and study it. It is a remarkable, ingenious way of conjuring up around $9 trillion and giving it to the bankers without anybody realizing it. You remember the bailout that Hank Paulson came up with was $700 billion, and everybody went, $700 billion. Initially he was defeated in Congress, and then he managed to push it through. $700 billion is peanuts. Geithner and Summers created $9 trillion without anybody realizing it. Okay? So Obama had a choice to do it, and he did it. Okay? Now we are paying for it because Trump is president.
I've been very concerned lately about China and sort of we have transferred so much money from our economy over to China by buying all those things and supporting their economy over there so they could make more and more money. They are now all over Africa, buying things and investing over there and getting those countries dependent on them and supporting, non-democratic people. And I'm just
like whom?
Well,
we are in a country that supports Saudi Arabia.
Yes, that's true. Right. So
suddenly we have a problem with, superpowers supporting non-democratic people.
Yes, yes, I do, but I also am just concerned that we've sort of created the economic power that China sort of has now, and they're using it, I fear, going to be using it against us eventually and against the better interests of a lot of people.
Allow me to put your mind to rest.
Okay, great.
You shouldn't worry about that.
Okay.
It's very simple. And let me explain why.
Like, next question. Like, why are you worried about China? You live in America. I can't even remember the last Chinese attack on America. When's the last time fucking China did a terrorist attack on America? It's all been just economic bullshit. Okay? So unless you're like a big shot billionaire with shares in just all these companies, like, what do you give a fuck about China? I don't know. I know China's not just like this benign country, but like on the list of America's problems, China and Russia, they rank pretty low, in my opinion. You wouldn't know it listening to any politician or this lady, but trust me, I think they're pretty low on the list.
You shouldn't worry about that. But please continue.
Well, they're in Africa. They're lending money to countries to build ports and different infrastructure.
To build what?
Port.
And
harbors.
what's wrong with that?
And because
countries that need ports get ports.
But they're making people dependent on. I know it's the same thing that we've done, which is horrible around the world.
They are far more humanistic than the United States ever was.
Really? Okay.
Absolutely.
Great. So
let me give you an example. Of course, they are peddling for influence.
Yeah.
Yeah. But they are non-interventionist, absolutely non-interventionist in a way that Europeans, the West, has never managed to fathom.
But I have a feeling they have a longer-term thought process that is more interventionist.
All right. But let's
anyway,
judge what we see. Let's judge what.
Okay.
Well, let's start at the beginning.
Like, I'm seriously not getting this chick's, like, thought processes or her fears. Like, what does she really think that China's going to do? Like, once they've taken over Africa, now it's on the North and South America. Or once they have enough, like, African and European countries under their thumb, you know, that's when the nukes start flying. Like, what does she think their master plan is? That they're on their way over here? That we're all going to be speaking Mandarin? Is that what she's fucking scared of? What irrational fucking fear about China keeps this bitch up at night? Like, I really want to know.
The Chinese never asked Apple to go to Shenzhen and produce all the iPhones. It was Steve Jobs that decided that. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
It was not China that went to Washington, D.C. and demanded that they buy a third of your national debt. If they hadn't bought it, you would be in serious trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Number 3. I did allude to this in my talk. If in 2008 China had not cranked up their credit bubble, you would be in a new Great Depression now.
Mm-hmm.
So, China, the United States, and the European Union are absolutely synergistic, and they need one another in a way that if we fail to acknowledge and to nurture, billions of people, including the majority of the people in this country, are going to suffer. Now, I am not going to stand here and defend China and the Chinese Communist Party. I already made some negative remarks about the Chinese Communist Party in referring to, their attitudes as being compatible with those of Wolfgang Schäuble. My concern about China is the authoritarian manner in which the Chinese regime is treating the Chinese people. As a Democrat, I have a problem with this. Mind you, I have to tell you that, from my understanding of China, it's a very interesting social experiment, in the sense that at the local level, or the regional level, you now have a boisterous democracy. At the local and regional level. Even with popular success stories in overthrowing local authorities, local bureaucrats who have been corrupt, who have been this, who have been that, who have been the other. When it comes to the influence of China outside its borders, I have to say, firstly, it's quite remarkable that they don't seem to have any military ambitions. Secondly, Africa. I'll give you an example, a specific example. Ethiopia. 2004, because I happened to be there, and I have some first-hand experience of it. They went into Ethiopia. I'll tell you why they went into Ethiopia, because they suspected there was oil. Because China is a major industrial power, but it lacks primary resources. Now, instead of going into Africa with troops, colonially, destroying the country, killing people like the West has done for the last 100 years, what they did was they went to Addis Ababa and they said to the government, we would like, we can see you have problems with your infrastructure, we would like to build some new airports, upgrade your railway system, create a telephone system, and rebuild your roads. And we'll do this all for free. No strings attached. We don't want anything from you. And they did. Why did they do it? Because it's soft power. Because because they knew that if oil is discovered, and it was discovered later, then, of course, the Ethiopian government will be much more open to Chinese oil companies coming there. They have never combined their investment, with imperialistic view. When I was Minister of Finance, I had a very interesting experience with COSCO, one of the Chinese national companies that in the end bought the port of Piraeus. When I moved into the ministry, I found a contract from the previous government that they had already sold the port of Piraeus for a pittance and other ridiculous conditions to the Chinese, under the guidance, of course, of the European Union and the International Monetary Fund as well. And in other words, as a minister, I was bound to a particular deal that was terrible for Greece. And I went to the Chinese and discussed it with them. And I was really astonished. I said to them, look, you're paying too little, you're not committing to a sufficient level of investment, and you are treating our workers as fodder. You are effectively subcontracting labor to horrible companies that exploit the workers, and I can't deal with this. Effectively, I proposed to them to renegotiate the contract. So instead of getting 67% of the shares of the port, they would get with the same price 51%. The remaining shares would go into the Greek pension fund system in order to bolster the capitalization of the public pensions. Secondly, I want you to commit to 180 million euros of investment within 12 months. And thirdly, proper collective bargaining with the trade unions and no subcontracting of labor. And to my astonishment, they said, okay. Can you imagine if that was a German company or an American company? That's why I'm saying I don't think you should worry.
Okay, I won't. Thank you.
Hi, big fan Giannis. Nice to see you in person, and I hope you don't mind that I'll struggle to give you a short question instead of an essay. So basically, one angle that I kind of feel was missing from tonight's talk is the angle of class formations. Mm-hmm. So the New Deal was born out of, I believe, about easily 50, 60 years of left-wing organizing among the industrial working classes who basically, as we would always say in our slogans, had their hands on the wheels. When they went on strike, they could stop production, stop the flow of profits, and so on and so on. And so by the time the Great Depression came, there was a crisis. There was a place for labor and the left at the bargaining table. I guess what I want to ask is, let's take neoliberalism out of kind of good faith and say there really was a change in the class formation that allowed them to just throw out Bretton Woods and say, we don't want to commit to this deal anymore. You don't have the power, effectively your bargaining terms, laborers, are not so good anymore. Mm-hmm. So then that leaves us today. Where are we? Who does have their hands on the wheel? Here we are, Cambridge, Massachusetts. Large portion of the population works in white-collar professions. Mm-hmm. Many of them are homeowners. In traditional, there aren't a lot of traditional industrial workers in this room. On the other hand, the traditional industrial workers in Ohio or wherever are losing their jobs quite rapidly due to mechanization and offshoring. So, who can put the worker's gun to the capitalist class's head anymore?
Yeah, Karen, that's Yanis Varoufakis. That is a trippy name. Varoufakis, doesn't that sound like it should be an adjective or something? It's like, I found that meeting totally Varoufakis. I don't know. It's like a funny name.
Good question. But I have to disagree with you on one thing.
And sorry to sound a bit tanky on you.
No, you're not saying no. It is the pertinent question, the one you asked. I don't have a splendid answer to it, I can assure you.
Yeah, Scuffed. So we got a Scuff World Order. China is the vanguard of the anti-imperialist bloc of countries trying to forge an independent path out of the obscene global system of Western exploitation. Yep. It's a pretty good way to put it. It seems like most of these socialist countries, they just want, just to be left alone, not sanctioned. They want to participate in global commerce, which seems like a completely reasonable and obvious request. But you got countries like the U.S., not just the U.S., I guess, but I guess the U.K., Britain, maybe to a lesser extent or whatever, and Israel and shit, just on their anti-commie crusades. When it's what I think Israel, they've got better socialism programs than we do right now. I think they have I think they've got Medicare for their people. I think in China and Russia, they in their constitution, if you read the Russian and Chinese constitution, they guarantee their citizens healthcare, education, even like privacy and freedom of speech, even though I'm not going to sit here and say that in practice that's what actually goes on in those countries, that you're guaranteed to these things. I'm just telling you what is in their constitution. We can I'll pull it up right now, or after this if I remember. But the Chinese and Russian constitutions, like, they're better than the American one. Maybe they weren't always that way. Maybe like 20 years ago, you could bitch and moan about how China and Russia, they're not guaranteeing their citizens, decent human rights. But that ain't the case now. But anyway, I forgot my fucking point. Oh yeah, Karen, you said, yeah, I think we do pay for Israel's healthcare, and we pay for a lot of Israel shit. Now that you mention it, see, that's pretty fucked up.
But where I want to disagree with you is that in 1933 or 32, it was the labor movement that imposed its will using its power. There was no power. The 1929 the great crash and then the depression that followed completely depleted.
Yeah, that's another good point. China itself is a subject of imperial subjugation, not the perpetrators of the imperialism. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think was it around World War II? I know first, I think the Japanese tried to occupy a lot of it, and I know the British and shit, and the Europeans definitely tried to dig their claws in there. So yeah, they've been fighting. He said we can't. We can't have it because we can't afford it, but we can pay for the other people. So yeah, exactly, Karen. I don't really understand the logic of it myself, but all we can do is just clasp our hands and just leave it up to the ones who know better, our benevolent overlords in the White House, who know everything. They'll know what to do with our money.
Trade unions of any bargaining power. When you have a situation where you've got hordes of people outside the factory gates begging to be allowed into work at any wage, you don't have trade union power. So it was a political process that led, not a labor process, that led to the New Deal. And let's not forget that FDR was not a revolutionary leader, he was a patrician. Yeah, he was a bourgeois. Even Keynes, think about Keynes. Keynes hated the workers. He loathed trade unions. The reason why he introduced Keynesian economics, his proposals, which included increasing wages and the welfare states and fiscal spending, on fiscal stimulus and so on, was very simple. He wanted to preserve capitalism, and he understood that capitalism was not very good at preserving itself. That's a very large part of the motivation of Roosevelt. It was not that he was being pushed by the industrial might of the labor unions.
Well,
so that gives you a bit of hope. Since that didn't happen then, maybe we don't need strong trade unions today. Today, I think that from a class formation point of view, what worries me and what I think is should be the objective
is how to organize the precariat, how to turn those who live a precarious existence, the Uberized workers, into a political force. Because they now are falling through the cracks of society. They are like the lumpen proletariat used to be. They're disappearing. I mean, as a person who works 18 hours a day in an Uber is not a person. It's a lost soul. It's a moving, monument to misanthropy. So that for me is a major question. But okay, allow me just to be a little, to shift towards something that may sound science fiction, but I don't think it is. We need to think innovatively about collective action. I do not believe that the revolution is going to come through trade unions in industrial sites simply because they are fading. Unless the robots organize. And they do the revolution on our behalf. You never know. I've read a science fiction novel where the computer in the end organized the revolution. No, but let me give you an example. Today you have millions of people who are being exploited by public utility companies that have been privatized and which are financialized. And they have already sold to financiers the next 20 years of the electricity bills that you will be paying. And as a result of this financialization, your bill is going up and up and up, completely disproportionately to the cost of producing electricity, water, whatever. What if we could work out which finance...
And no need to thank me, Karen. Appreciate you guys stopping by.
Financial derivatives, which CDOs are packaging the bills in a particular neighborhood and another neighborhood and another neighborhood. And we organize through the internet so that we can have an electricity bill payment strike that is timed in such a way as to explode those CDOs and make them bankrupt. Now that's a form of collective action, which is using the financial instruments of the, this kind of network against it. We need to think beyond the, modern times Charlie Chaplin.
Thank you very much. Very interesting stuff.
Kalispera.
Kalispera.
That's all the Greek I know. So I originally tried to do a PhD on the topic you talked at length about the separation between political power and economic power, specifically about the European Union and how it sort of formalized this split between the political sphere is no longer has to do anything with what the people want with economic organization. No one wanted to touch that one with the 10-foot pole, so I'm doing something else now, but it remains my passion. But so to keep the question reasonably short, what is the one change, what are the one of, I assume, the many changes you'd like to see in the structure of the European Union that could address this, if you could choose just one thing?
Right, well, I'll be very brief in my response. We need to federate. Because there are only two choices here. Either we break it up, which many people want, even on the left, thinking that that recoiling into the bosom of the nation state is somehow going to allow them to create socialism in one country. Yeah, right. Yeah. Or we're going to have to create, a democratic union. Now, the problem is that with this crisis that we have, which is both economic and political and moral, if you want, we can't have a serious discussion about federation because we have centrifugal forces that are pulling us apart. So this is why our movement, you may have heard of a movement that I'm part of, DiEM25, we're proposing what we call a European New Deal. A New Deal in order to stabilize and to bring hope back so that we can have a discussion on how to federate.
Thank you very much.
I'm also going to ask a question about the European Union and about Greece and about the immigration problem, which is all the more on everyone's mind because of what Trump has just done with wiping out the agreement on the Iranian nuclear situation. I recently read that on the island of Lesbos, I believe, which is an island that receives a lot of the immigrants from the Middle East, Syria, that Greeks were attacking the immigrants. And I read that I have read for years now that conditions in the camps are terrible.
Yeah.
And something that I have wondered about for years is why is it the immigrants from the Middle East and North Africa are coming to the south of Europe, the poorest part of Europe, and why is it that there is not some common effort, perhaps this is a very naive question, but some common effort to subsidize countries like Greece, which is in terrible economic straits, to deal more humanely with these people?
It's a fantastic question. Okay, let me answer in three parts. Firstly, inform you about what's going on in Lesbos, because Lesbos is very dear to us as Greeks, to our hearts, and we are devastated by what's going on. Firstly, let me be fair to the people of Lesbos. The vast majority of the people of Lesbos have been magnificent. For 3 years now, it's an island that is very depressed, financially, economically. It's a bit like Detroit. Think of Detroit. Huh? And you have 1 million people. It's an island of 17,000 people, and 1 million people came. And most of them passed through. Now we have 50,000 left. And they went on the shore, they picked them up, they opened their houses, they opened their shops and gave them food, of course for no money and so on, the vast majority. Of course, when you have a combination of the Great Depression that we have in Greece, you have Nazis, and add to this the European Union's attitude, which is effectively to turn Lesbos into a concentration camp. And the Greeks who live there then become very susceptible to the toxic narrative of the Greek Nazis, who say to them, see, these bastards came here, and now we are, instead of being a beautiful Greek Aegean island in receiving tourists and doing well, we are ourselves part of a concentration camp. So it's very, very difficult to fight against this narrative. But I tell you what I think. The situation on the ground, there are 3 camps. One is called Moria. It is the most notorious one. It is a camp that can hold, under reasonable conditions, not good, but reasonable, 2,000 people. There are 10,000 people now in there. So they live in circumstances that do not befit a civilized part of the world. But that's on purpose. It is run by the European Union and the United Nations, and it is a cesspool of misery on purpose to deter others from coming. There are another 2 camps that local NGOs have created, and they're magnificent. They're absolutely magnificent. If you look at the circumstances in there, the problem they have is that they don't have much capacity. So there are 300 families in one and 110 families in the other. But they live. It's actually quite heartwarming to see. Of course, the problem is that none of these people have any kind of guarantee of safety. I was talking to activists in the good camps who educate them, teach them English, their own language, because they have kids who speak Farsi, Persian, and they teach them computing, and they put a lot of effort in it, and it's really heartwarming. But they say to me, do you know the tragedy of not knowing what's going to happen tomorrow morning, because the police may come in, grab one of them, put them in chains, throw them on the boat back to Turkey. So you have no idea. Is this kid, you have a 12-year-old kid there, and his or her parents, are they going to be with us for a week, 2 weeks, 6 months, 2 years? The refugees don't know, so they can't plan their lives. The activists don't know. So what do you teach them? You teach very differently if you teach somebody for 2 weeks compared to if you know you will be teaching them for 2 years. The curriculum is different, right? And the local community doesn't even know, is this camp here going to be permanent? Are we going to assimilate them? Are we going to live with these people forever? Because the local community will react differently if they knew that, and with some support from they don't know. And the worst part is that, you know, the reason why I left the ministry was because my party and my prime minister capitulated to the loan agreement. But immediately after that capitulation, that's what usually happens. If you capitulate on one big thing, then you capitulate on everything. After that, he also capitulated and signed the European Union Treaty with Turkey, which is an affront to civilization. Because what we're doing is we're effectively, the West, civilized Europe, we are bribing an increasingly dictatorial president of Turkey to the tune of something like $7 billion, so that he allows us to violate international law on refugees. You know, according to international law of refugees, people coming to your country have the right, by international law, to a hearing that will determine whether they are political refugees or not. Huh? They don't have that right on Lesbos. Because the EU-Turkey treaty has deemed that Turkey is a safe country, so that when you arrive on Lesbos, you are not granted an interview as to whether you've been persecuted by the Syrian regime, by the Taliban, by I don't know whom. And you are kept there for an indefinite period. You are not allowed to go to the rest of Greece. You can wander around like a lost soul in Lesbos. But of course you live in the camp because there's nowhere else to live. Where are you going to live? On the beach? So it's purely horrible. But let's just take a broader look at that situation. You said the immigration problem. I don't see that immigration is a problem. I think that immigration is a great asset. From a European perspective, for 1,000 years, we have been populating the earth, we Europeans. We've been sending our ships and our caravans to the Americas, to Australia, to New Zealand. We destroyed all the indigenous people in the world. In Africa, we colonized. Okay, we created the New World. That's what we did. And we thought it was all right. Now what's happening is we are aging. We're becoming a sad, aged lot. Yeah? And the demographic dynamics are reversing. And and we need these people. We really need these people. Germany is being depleted. It's becoming another Japan. Greece, too. We have an economic crisis as well. You know, we are in a process of desertification. So we need these people. Instead of treating immigration, as an asset that we must collectively manage and find ways of making it work for us, Europeans, we are looking at it as a threat, and we are trying to imagine a huge wall, Trump-like, going through the Mediterranean, the North Pole. I don't know what they're going to do. It's pathetic. It's just a complete failure of the imagination. It's misanthropy. And the result, of course, is that the taller and more impenetrable the wall that we create, the only thing that changes is more deaths and greater profits for the traffickers. It doesn't stop immigration. All it does, it creates insecurity, both in the local population and in the migrant population, and profits for the traffickers. So, let them in. And impose minimum wages, living wages, in the countries of their origin. And if the countries cannot provide them, help them provide them. That's the solution, not walls.
Hi. I can't help but notice that we're talking about the continuum of capitalism while we overlook a graveyard. My understanding, which might be wrong, is that we're paying approximately $8 trillion for the wars in interest.
For the wars?
For the wars, U.S.
Yeah.
How does an economy overcome that? I mean, and how does that play out? $8 trillion in interest per year. If that's...
No, it's not 8 trillion per year.
It's not?
No.
Okay.
No. No. But what is your general concern? That we pay too much for what? For the debt?
No, I'm talking about the wars, just the wars.
Yeah.
All right, let me change.
Maybe it's 8 billion, but not 8 trillion.
Okay, then my figures are wrong.
3 zeros is okay.
Okay.
Well, look, the United States of America, as Eisenhower told you in the 1950s and warned you, is predicated upon a very interesting industrial policy. You don't have a formal industrial policy, you have something called the military-industrial complex. And the military-industrial complex is essential for American capitalism in the way that the American capitalism has been created. So the reason why Missouri and Massachusetts can be in the same union and you don't have the same problems that we have between Greece and Germany is because you have what I call a surplus recycling mechanism. You have food stamps, you have social security, and that means that money that is taxed in the surplus states is transferred to the deficit states, and that keeps a degree of balance. But the most important part of your surplus recycling mechanism is a military-industrial complex. So when Boeing gets a contract to build the new generation of fighter jets, quadrillions, yeah? The Pentagon says to them, yeah, but you're going to have to build the engine in a new site in Missouri, in the deficit places, you know, the plane, the spare parts of this and that over there, and so on. So to keep this going, you need some wars. I'm not proposing that this is how it should be. I'm just describing it. So in 1991, the Pentagon and the Treasury Department in this country had a major headache. The Cold War had finished. So they could no longer pass through Congress on the basis of national security the bills that were necessary in order to keep replenishing the cruise and Pershing missiles. So they had to clear the stock. So you had the first war in Iraq. And they cleared, remember the war had finished. And they were going into the middle of the desert and firing all the cruise and Pershing missiles to get rid of them so that they could order new ones in order to maintain. So capitalism is just a very rational system because it's a very simple reason why it's so irrational, because it has a productive capacity, a capacity to produce, which far exceeds its capacity to consume. So something has to make up this difference. And war is the result. Not just lack of democracy.
Hi, thank you for tonight. Question for you. If we theoretically go back to 2015, you're now in charge instead of Tsipras, in charge of Greece. Faced with harsh austerity versus Grexit, what political path would you have chosen?
Well, you know the answer. That's why I'm here. I'm not in the ministry. Why am I not in the ministry? Why did I resign? Because we had an agreement. We had a very simple agreement. And this is the only reason why I accepted the finance ministry and to run in the election. We had an agreement that there were 3 possible outcomes. I'll put it succinctly. 3 possible outcomes. One was continuing debt bondage in the euro, which is what has been happening since 2010. Huh? For me, that was the worst possible outcome. Another outcome was Grexit, for Greece to be chucked out of the Eurozone or to choose to get out. This came with substantial costs, and it was never my proposal. But I always considered it to be better than perpetual debt bondage in the euro. When people say, but the euro is a strong currency, I say, yeah, well, if you're a pauper and you live under a bridge in New York, you have $1 in your pocket, it doesn't mean you have a strong currency. You have $1 bloody in your pocket, yeah? It doesn't help much. And then the first best, my ideal solution would be debt restructuring within the euro that would allow us to stay in the euro in a sustainable way and to end the Great Depression. So the point I was making was, no bluffing. We say to them, we don't want to get out of the euro, but we need a debt restructure and we need the end of austerity for Greece to remain sustainable within the euro. And that's what we want. And let's sit down and we will compromise. I did say to Obama when he said, but Yanis, you have to compromise. I compromised. I said, I dream of compromise. But I'm never going to be compromised. There's a fundamental difference between the two. Okay? And we say to them that we are not going to accept that we are not putting our signature on another loan agreement that extends and pretends our bankruptcy into the future. So shoot us, kill us, get us out of the euro. We don't want to get out of the euro, but we consider getting out of the euro to be a lesser evil than staying under the conditions of debt. So Tsipras supposedly agreed with me, and not only agreed with me, but considered to be more right-wing than him, and more ready to compromise. And he had some reasons. I mean, not that he was right, but you'll be very interested to hear that one of the people that worked with me during this period in creating the plan and the narrative against the Troika and the International Monetary Fund was somebody called Larry Summers, who was actually very good, because he understood that what was happening in Greece reflected very quickly and immediately in the European macroeconomic stance, which was detrimental to the interests of the United States. So we worked together with Larry Summers. And when we met, I said, I'm very glad you haven't read my last book. And he said, why? I said, because I referred to it to you on a number of occasions in the same book as a Prince of Darkness. And he said, well, at least you called me Prince. I've been called worse. So it's clear. Yeah.
The two organizations I like to follow side by side, the DM25 movement and 6 Degrees of Citizen Space in Canada with John Ralston Saul. And I just really enjoyed John Ralston Saul's book, The Collapse of Globalism. And he describes this idea of a positive form of nationalism that we haven't explored. We think of nationalism as negative, and we often only see negative forms based on exclusion. But our movements like DM25, imagining and exploring, possibly hijacking and displacing hate with positive forms of nationalism that are centered around inclusion and sort of collective missions like reducing inequality that can capture a lot of the people that are displaced in this country, the Trump voters that might not be racist, that just wanted a better deal. And they really fall in with the flag. When someone waves the flag, they're easy to be manipulated. They just feel that they must go with it. But now in this country, when you see 2 American flags on the back of a pickup truck, that's kind of a hate symbol. The left, progressive people that enjoy inclusion have maybe allowed the flag to get stolen from them. But then at the same time, we need to integrate nationalism, possibly a new form, with ideas like a federation, to gain more power back into the political sphere against, the financial sphere.
Well, let me say that I get your drift. I grew up in a culture where the left answered this question of yours a long time ago by making a distinction not between positive and negative nationalism, but between nationalism and patriotism. Our line was always, we're patriots, and the difference between a patriot and a nationalist, a patriot loves his country, and a nationalist thinks that his country has the right to steamroll over every other country. And I think that is a good way of resolving it. And also, but making this more contemporary, I think we have to appropriate the slogan, I want my country back. I think we should take this and say, yes, I want my city back. I want my neighborhood back. I want control over my city, my municipality, my state, my country. But the only way to get my country back is if others get their countries back as well. And if we all work together and we understand that to get our countries back, we need to resolve problems such as low quality jobs, low levels of investment in the green transition that the planet needs, climate change and so on, that we need to fight poverty. And it is impossible to fight poverty in one country when it's rising in other countries. If you think that you can do that, you're deluding yourself. So in effect, to embed patriotism in a narrative which sees the major problems that society faces, like poverty, low investment, problems with the health service and so on, as we see climate change, what I mean by that is climate change requires local action, that we do things here in Boston, that we do things in Massachusetts, in the United States, but we have to act globally as well. And we need to cooperate. Because resolving poverty, as I said, can only happen at... the Bretton Woods system is a good example. Poverty fell everywhere throughout the global system of the Bretton Woods. Inequality shrunk everywhere. It couldn't rise in one place massively and fall in another. So we have to combine love of country, of neighborhood, of community, patriotism, with a transnationalism and internationalism that allows us to claim our own countries back.
A funny multinational question that I would love to hear answered from you. In the book, John Ralston-Saul describes this concept where a lot of the trade that we have is fictitious. It is multinationals trading with themselves.
Yeah, of course.
And
it's called limit pricing.
Well, now, we were just creating these tariffs that might not really get to the root of the issue. We were punishing multinationals. We weren't punishing another nation. We were punishing multinationals that straddle two nations. And that not a lot of people in this country know how to think of these concepts and think of...
Well, I have a better way of punishing the multinationals. How about making the IRS do its job? Because if you go to Venezuela, bad example, if you go to Italy and make some money, you get taxed here. You are taxed by the IRS on your global income. You cannot say, I made $10,000 in Napoli, and therefore that's none of your business, taxman or woman. No, you get taxed on your global income in the United States, unless you're a corporation. And then you don't get taxed at all for the money you stash away all over the world. How about having the IRS do its job, instead of introducing tariffs that in the end have a detrimental effect on all of us?
The IRS can't
Yes, it can.
that.
Yes, of course it can.
Invent the
Of course you can.
itself?
No. They need their marching orders from Congress. They need the politicians to say to them, you're going to treat... Look, the Supreme Court, in its infinite idiocy, decided that corporations and and individuals will be treated the same when it comes to super PACs and all that, right?
Yeah.
Well, why not also decide that corporations and individuals will be treated the same tax-wise?
Okay,
I remember a beautiful poster I saw in Texas saying that...
I like it.
No, okay.
We're going to take the last question.
I believe that corporations have human rights when I see one of them being hanged.
Yeah.
That was Texas for you.
Yeah, in the briefest and broadest of strokes, in the post-capitalistic world that you envision, what does the credit system look like, and how does it achieve equilibrium with the sovereignty of states?
Okay, how long do we have? No, but let me put it simply. If we have a system where private property is maintained over goods and services and things that give you happiness.
All right, so peace out, Scuff. Calling me a pro. That's funny. Very 1984. Sweet dreams.
But not over productive processes. And productive processes belong to those that work them, that are part of it. Then you simply do not have a credit system. You don't need one at all.
And your justification for that is?
That credit is only necessary when you've got an asymmetrical distribution of property rights over means of production.
So you wouldn't say...
If you and I have a cooperative, if we own a business together, we have a partnership, then I'm never going to be in your debt or you in my debt. We're going to be producing together, and we're going to be sharing the profits that we make, the economic rents.
What about investors?
Well, there will be no investors.
What about the other parts?
Because investors exist only because you have an asymmetrical distribution of wealth.
And so
if you didn't have asymmetrical distribution... But look, this is going to be the topic of my next book. I have not written it yet. So I'll see you in 2 years.
Okie doke, cool beans. Anthony's dozing off, dude. I'm dozing off too, bro. I'm about to wrap.
Good evening.
About to wrap this thing on up. Hit the sack. So yeah, those are some dope vids. Good looking out on the recommendations there. All right, Anthony, Karen, Prop, whoever else here, Scuffed. Thanks for hanging out. You guys have a good rest of your week. I don't know when I'm gonna stream again. Probably next time something happens and I want to cover it. But yeah. I'm gonna wrap this thing on up. All right, peace out. Hope you guys had fun. Hope you enjoyed the Black Panther, Gangsta Baby Yoda. And we are out this biznatch.